Good evening, Kyla. Councilman Gebhardt, Foley, are you guys ready to go?
Ready
When
to
the time
go.
comes? Thank you so much.
Everything is started, Councilman, and we have attendees starting to come in now.
Thank you so much. And the time is now 5 p.m. The Warwick Finance Committee is in order. Starting with acceptance of the minutes for the committee meetings held on February 22nd, 2021. Do I have a motion?
Move
Motion
favorable.
favorable action.
Okay, I've motion for favorable. Do I have a second? All right, thank you. Thank you. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
For the meeting, acceptance of minutes for the meeting of March 8th.
Move favorable action.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye. Aye.
All right. PCR 46-21, the bid package. Item number 1, 2020-094, HVAC maintenance and repairs for the ice arena. Christy, how you doing? Try to get you out of here as soon as possible. I promise you that.
Thank
I'm
you.
on. I got my second this morning, so I'm kind of waiting for the shoe to drop, if you will.
I was all right. I got it yesterday morning. Last night I tanked and that was it. So
That's what I'm waiting for, just for that shoe. All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
the Public Works is requesting to increase this award from $122,000 to $167,000 for outstanding invoices and potential upcoming repairs at the ice rink.
Okay, thank you. I did review the, hold on one moment. I did review it, and I saw that the ice rink is still being in operation. I saw that they had a lot of youth activities going on this week, which is very encouraging and good. I appreciate that. So I'm gonna go ahead and see if my colleagues have any questions concerning this item. No questions
I have
from
a
the
question.
committee?
No, I
Oh,
have
I'm
a
sorry.
question.
I'm still on committee, Councilman. I'm sorry. I didn't
Yeah.
say that. I said colleagues, not
Sorry,
committee.
sorry,
I apologize.
sorry.
That's
Sorry.
on me. Councilman Gebhardt, I see
I'll
the
just-
pencil waving in the background.
I'll just say, and I have that's my real background now. I will just say that we, Christy and I chatted on this one, as well as the following. I think my questions are answered, although I do have a more just general, more of a statement / comment, which is that as we get into the planning, especially around budget and beyond, I think it would just be helpful for us to know how, maybe even just a quick presentation of how we look at preventative maintenance and sort of planning for that on a go forward basis. I know in the past it hasn't always fit into our financial constraints or whatever, but obviously now we see the impact of letting some of these things go and how costly it is. So you pay for it now, you pay for it later. So I would be interested in how the Department of Public Works as an organization thinks about what the strategy is going to be going forward. So you don't need to answer that now, but I think we would definitely appreciate that in the future.
Thank you. And it's interesting, Councilman, that the same questions came up, and of course we've talked about this for some time. And this isn't a problem that happened in the last 2 years, 4 years, 6 years. This has been a problem that has arisen for some time now, as far as keeping up with the maintenance and maintaining and putting. It's kind of like taking your car to the dealership and doing all the preventative maintenance to avoid that big dollar item bill. And I agree wholeheartedly. Any other questions from the committee? Questions from the council, Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we're talking about increasing this to $122,000. And I think that we need to have an explanation as to what it is that needs to be done. And the reasoning for this, as opposed to just saying we need to increase this by $45,000. I mean, I have a sense of what it is that is needed because people have reached out to me on it. But I think that the taxpayers are very curious because I've probably received a half a dozen calls just in the past few days about this item on the rink. And when you get a few calls, that's actually a lot. Not too often do we get calls on it. So yeah, I think the public is interested in knowing what it is that needs to be done. And then once we have that on the record, I will voice my opinion on it at that time. So if you could please explain that a little more.
Eric, do you want to?
Yeah, I mean, some of what we're talking about is work that that had been performed already. Christy, correct me if I'm wrong.
That's true.
Yeah, and so, you know, it's aging infrastructure, and there are some things that we know.
You're frozen, Eric.
Well, I think what where Eric was going with that was that there are things that we know that need to be addressed in the future. And we are just we're now trying to make a plan to move forward. This company has, you know, we've spent a lot of money with them, so we're working to get things under control and get this, much like the pool, this facility back where it needs to be mechanically.
And what are those things? What are those things we're looking to do for $45,000?
There are some outstanding bills, approximately $30,000 in outstanding bills. And then there are some issues with 2 of the compressors. There's Freon leak. So we're hoping that we had the room evaluated last Friday to get an idea of what needs to be done coming up. So we're working on the plan right now.
And those outstanding bills, how far back do those bills go?
November.
Why weren't they paid prior?
I'll be honest, I couldn't speak to that, honestly. This was not the purview of the Public Works Department at the time, so I don't have an answer for that.
So that was under Parks and at the time?
Yes,
So who was receiving the invoices?
somebody in Parks and Recreation. I'm not sure who.
And did those $30,000 in outstanding bills just sit on someone's desk?
It would seem that way. But again, I couldn't say, I can't speak for another department. I don't know. And I don't think, I see Beverly popping in here, but she wasn't even on board until January. So I don't think that it's, you know, I would imagine that it would go back to the previous director.
And when did these outstanding invoices, going back to November, when did that come to your attention?
Within the last couple of weeks, we moved to get these things cleared up as quickly as we could. So between getting it, you know, the docket deadline, getting it on the docket to have it taken care of.
And what were those invoices for? I mean, they're not included in our bid package again, right? I don't see any invoices in my bid package.
They are not, and
Right.
I could send them to you if I wasn't in today. I can send them to you when I return to the office if you'd like to view them.
Yeah, I would like to view them before I vote on them. You know, I mean, I'd like to have those invoices presented to us before we come to the council meetings. you know, we're in the meeting right now. We're talking about $30,000 in bills that should have been paid in November that through no fault of this current administration and through no fault of yours either, Christie. I understand that. Trust me, I understand that. But here we are now, we're being asked to approve something that should have been paid for in November. I don't even know what it is that we're looking to approve to pay. I have no idea what they did. I
understand your concern. And we are, at this point, we're just trying to move forward and make it right. Not that we'll certainly get you that information, but as far as our responsibility, we're just trying to correct things that happened previously.
Councilman, if I may, real quick, Christie, this is for work that has already been completed, and this is for my clarification, so I'm not questioning you, Councilman. This is for work that's already been completed on bills we owe.
Yes, some of it, not all of it.
I understand. No, I understand. I'm hearing what the councilman's saying, so I'm processing from what your answers to his questions. And so this is on items that we already had the work done, so we owe. They're invoices that we owe the money on.
Yes.
So, okay. All right. That's what I just clarifying all that. All right, Councilman, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. And I understand that. I understand the work was done. You know, if the invoices, Christie, was this work done in November or were the invoices dated in November?
It was like November, and then there were some in December. I don't remember the other. I think there might have been one or two early January.
So what we're saying is $30,000 worth of invoices sat on somebody's desk, and this isn't the first time it happens because we just went through this great big issue at the last two council meetings about, I think, traffic lights or something. We're sitting on someone's desk back in November or December and never got paid. I still don't know what it is that you're asking us to approve because I don't see any invoices. I don't know what the work was. What was the work? What was done? How much did it cost us to do it? I have no clue. And I'd like to have a clue if I'm going to be voting to appropriate $30,000 for something that was done. I'd like to know what it is that I'm voting on.
Councilman, that's a fair request, I think. Is this working? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Eric, yes.
All right, thank you. Sorry, my computer shut off for some reason, and so I had to dial in on my phone, so I apologize for stepping out. But that's a fair request. We can certainly accommodate that. You know, a lot of it was identified as preventive maintenance. So there were a lot of items that were on the invoice. I mean, obviously, when you get to that dollar amount, there are a lot of different things that they were working on. You know, part of the concern was that there wasn't a lot of oversight of this vendor at the rink. You know, back in the day when we had someone at the rink on a regular, these types of vendors would have had more oversight. But that being said, we have outstanding invoices and you know, whether, you know, we can kind of say that the work was performed, but we didn't have anyone looking over their shoulder as far as I know. Again, this was obviously before my time. Christie wasn't involved in this at the time. You know, Beverly wasn't involved at the time. And so it's tough for us to kind of pinpoint exactly the work that was performed outside of what it says on the invoice itself. So that's kind of what we're looking at, but we can certainly send you that information, Councilman.
Eric, I appreciate that. And trust me, I am not being critical of this current administration, and I'm not being critical of DPW, who had no hand in this at the time. I'm very, very familiar with what took place with no oversight on this vendor back in October, November, whenever it was, and I'll address that in a minute. The point here is this. Obviously, we're not going to be moving anything to the floor tonight. We're not going to be taking a vote on whatever is happening tonight at the full council meeting. So I would like to see the invoices that we're talking about here for accountability on that $30,000. I think that's a reasonable request to want to do our due diligence to see what they are, because my constituents call me and want me to stand tall for what I'm voting on. I want to be able to say, yes, I saw it, it makes sense, etc. And I'm not disputing the need to get these things done. We've got another issue that'll be coming up here this evening as well. And I'm not suggesting or insinuating that I'm not going to support paying the bills. I just want to know what are the bills I'm paying. And I think that's a fair request. Now, to speak to North Star Refrigeration, has anyone, or in conjunction with, who is going to be overseeing North Star? This is the same North Star that worked on this stuff back in October and November, right? The same North Star?
Correct.
Okay. Who's going to be supervising, overseeing them to make sure that they have the proper permits and to make sure that they have electricians that are licensed in Rhode Island working on that equipment? I don't want to hear about electricians that are licensed in Massachusetts. I want to know who is going to be overseeing them here to make sure that they've pulled the permits that they're required and that they are properly licensed.
Yeah, that oversight, we're working on transitioning that oversight back to Public Works. Public Works is certainly more capable of, we have better resources to manage a facility like the rink, similarly with the pool, than Parks and Rec does. So we're working on transitioning back under the Public Works umbrella. That being said, so it would be our building maintenance crew that would be overseeing any kind of work that happened on this, similar to a vendor going into any public facility. So that's to answer your question. Public Works, specifically our building maintenance division, would oversee any future work at any facility. It's that being the pool, the rink, Cooper Building, or any of the other facilities that we own and maintain.
Okay, fair enough. Mr. Chairman, I've said my piece on, requesting the items that we're being asked to support to the tune of $30,000. I think that we need to see these invoices for what was done. I don't think that's an unreasonable request. Do you?
Thank you, Mr. Councilman. No, I don't think it's an unreasonable request, but also at the same time, I agree with you. These items are not being voted for, so it does give us that little bit of flexibility to get the information. With that said, I do want to say that, I know members of the committee made the phone calls, and I'm not questioning what you've done or your answering constituents. The phone calls were made, and this is a revenue generating, and I do understand the situation of a transfer from Parks and Rec to moving something, especially all the maintenance, that has been ignored. And let's be honest, it's been ignored. You can't deny it's been ignored beyond 5-10 years.
Right.
So it's got to be taken care of and open these places because, they are revenue generating, number one, and number two, they are staples of the community. So we have to get them fixed. So I want to commend DPW, and I know you're not doing the opposite. I'm commending DPW and for moving this forward and getting it done. And I'm hoping that we're doing our due diligence. But I do agree with you. This is items that we will not be voting for tonight. So I don't have an issue upon your request and saying, let's get that information. Does that sound reasonable, Eric and Christie?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Oh, go ahead.
Mr.
I'm
Chair,
sorry.
I'd also like to add, I concur with you and with the current administration for moving all of these items over to DPW. Absolutely, that's where they belong. For sure.
Well, I agree with what Mr. Earl said. They definitely have the ability and the know-how. I'm sure that they're sitting there questioning it right now, all the extra responsibility they just put on their laps, but or on their shoulders. But again, the main thing is just getting it done and opening them back up, because we're getting ready, as we were discussing before this meeting, of moving on to a post-COVID society, and I think people are going to be ready to use those. Are there any other questions from the council? Any other questions from the council? Any questions from the public? Questions from the public? Okay, the reason why I went through the asking for the questions is because we will be holding this, but since we already started doing the questions in the committee and in the council. So may I have a PCR for this, please?
4721.
And if my colleagues on the committee would agree, may I have a motion to hold until the first meeting in April?
Motion to hold.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. When is the first meeting in April, please?
April 5th.
April 5th.
Thank you so much. Item number 2, 2021-034, maintenance and repair for city-owned buildings.
Public Works is requesting to increase the award on this bid in the amount of $30,000. This is specific to McDermott Pool. It is not for any other facility. We had previously requested funds for McDermott Pool. As we get into what's going on over there and the repairs that need to be made, we're making our best effort to make sure we have funds available to get this facility up and running and open again.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask if you're not in the committee or don't have a question, if you could mute your mic, please. If anyone not participating in this meeting could mute your mic. There's a lot of echo coming in as people are talking. Thank you all. So you're upping the $30,000 specifically for McDermott Pool?
Yes.
And this is going beyond what we discussed the last meeting with the heating, the 3 heating systems?
Yes, we have one job that we need to get a purchase order for right now. It exceeded the cap that we were previously granted by $365. So that's been on hold until this could be presented to the council. So we're making the request to increase it $30,000 to get that repair, get a purchase order issued for that, and then whatever else happens to. We've had obviously quite a bit of unexpected expenses.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Mr. Earls, did you have something to add?
Yeah, just, like Christy was saying, this piece that was short of, that was over the cap by that amount, this is a piece that goes towards circulating heat throughout the building. So there are two pumps that help circulate heat throughout the building. We're functioning with one of them right now. The other one was taken out. It couldn't be refurbished, so we had to buy a new one. This piece has slightly less urgency because it is functioning with just the one pump, but there's a reason they create the redundancy, right? So that if one goes down, they can still have heat in the building. So it does have to get taken care of, but it's not the kind of thing that would prevent the pool from opening. But again, the discussion at Public Works and with the mayor's office has been that if we're going to do this, let's do it right so that we're not closing the pool a month after it opens because we're having other issues. So, you know, this piece would go towards making sure that the heating throughout the pool is adequate and always on.
Thank you. And you said heat in the building. This, you didn't mean like the actual, it's the heat for the pool. It's the heating system for the water itself.
This piece is for the heat in the building.
Oh, okay. It is.
Yeah.
Okay. That's what I want. All right. Thank you. I'll pass it on to any committee members. Have any questions? I'll take that as a no. Members of the council, Council President McAllister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. That's right on, Director. That's exactly what I was going to ask is I think what the mayor is doing and what you guys are planning is the best approach right now. Let's fix it. Let's get it all done. The last thing we want to do is finally get it open and then 2 weeks later have to close because of something else. So I know people are watching this. We want to do it correctly. It's getting expensive, but you know, we're going to fix it. We're going to fix it right. And then we're just going to off to the races. So I think you're on the right path, Director, getting these things into us now. And you know, like the reason why they have two is if one goes down, you can still function. So let's get that going. So I approve of this approach. I support this approach from you in the mayor's office that, you know, let's take the time. We're doing it right now. We're fixing a number of different things. Let's get it set. So when it's open, it is open. So the public can get to use it. So I appreciate this approach, Director.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have had conversations with Eric about this particular item. I've also had conversations with the mayor on it. This is another issue that as recently as today, receiving 2 additional calls today about the costs of the pool. And by the way, just because I have conversations with directors or anybody else in the city for that matter before these council meetings, that doesn't mean that I'm not going to put my questions and concerns out on the record anyways. Now, with the call that I had with Eric and the mayor, I concur completely with what they're looking to do. And for those of you that were on the council back when DPW was doing the tower over at City Hall, we had a similar issue. They were up to the top of City Hall and they discovered behind all these metal columns, we had significant damage by post beetles or whatever the heck they were. So significant to the degree that I was actually asked to get up there to view this. And DPW had to come back to us for an additional, I think it was $240,000 to correct something that they found once they were in surgery, so to speak. And this is what DPW is dealing with right now and facing with the swimming pool because of the years of neglect on this particular city asset, which I would point out is a large city asset. They're running into things that it's like driving on a bald tire. You know, you can repair it now or you can repair it later. Same thing with the tower at City Hall. So I think it's absolutely good judgment and certainly a necessary approach to take care of it. You have the troops mobilized, you got the equipment over there, you got these components open. You have no choice. You got to fix them right now. And I support that completely. And I understand the reasoning why you're coming back for the additional money. And by the way, this swimming pool, not only does it provide a great service to our residents, it also has a revenue stream as well. So I don't think you have any choice. You know, you got to fix these things now instead of, as Eric pointed out, come back in a month or 6 months to rip it apart and do it all over again. It's going to cost you a lot more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Are there any other questions from members of the council? Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? None? Excellent. May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 3, 2021-057, traffic, street, and pole light maintenance and repairs. Chrissy.
Public Works is requesting to increase the award by $15,000 for a total of $30,000 for the Public Works Department. We have exhausted $13,828.45 of the $15,000 cap we were awarded. This bid does not expire until October 24th, 2021. So we are looking to increase our spending authority in the event that we should have traffic lights that need repair.
Thank you. I got a question I wanted to call you about, and we got distracted with a bunch of other questions. I never asked this one. The main light went out again. The last time we had it, we were in a battle with the state on who was going to fix it. The city fixed it, obviously, because it went too long without being repaired. And then it went out again with a new box, a new system. Did we have to pick up the bubble on that one?
I haven't seen an invoice, but that was not this company that did it. And I think so.
Yeah, I
I
believe,
see.
I think that there was a defect in one of the pieces of equipment in there. The vendor came down and swapped it out, and it remedied it. So what I think, and like Christy said, we haven't confirmed this, but they haven't sent us the invoice yet. My belief is that it was under warranty, and so that's why they swapped it out.
Okay. Thank you. And Christy, I do apologize. Yes, if doesn't fall under this company in this bid, I do apologize. I saw traffic lights repair and it just kind of came back. So, but thank you, Eric, for the answer. Yep. Thank you, Christy. Are there any questions, follow-up questions from members of the committee? Any follow-up questions from members of the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Chairman. Christy, this 15,000, did I understand you correctly? That is to fix existing street lights?
Traffic lights. So any sort of hazard.
Traffic lights.
Yes, traffic lights. We've had issues at Jefferson Coronado, Jefferson Kilver, Jefferson Service. Those are city maintained traffic lights, among others. Any sort of hazard beacon, school crossing, that type of thing. That's what this covers.
Okay. And this A&M Electric, I believe that was the vendor that I had questioned invoices on in the past. Is that the same vendor?
Yes, it was the vendor that
Okay.
I had previously, I think the last meeting presented. There was one invoice,
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so we'll continue to get those detailed invoices on their charges, right?
Yes, they do send them to me.
Okay. Okay, fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Are there any other questions from members of the council? Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from members of the public? Any questions from members of the public? Seeing and hearing none, may I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 4, Oakland Beach Boardwalk Improvements 2021-087. Is that Bill?
That is me, Councilman.
Hi,
Thank
Bill.
you very much, Bill Facenti, Community Development. I'm here before you tonight to ask for a increase in the award to Mill City Construction for the amount of $7,637. When the boardwalks were built many years ago, there was one section that went along parallel to Oakland Beach Avenue, and it was built higher than the existing boardwalk that went the full length that we replaced the wood on. And as a result, the wooden decking material sits on full length, full depth foundation walls. The walls didn't match up, and there was a slight dip, and that doesn't meet ADA code. So this will bring the boardwalk into compliance with ADA code. So the most cost-effective way is to just lift the wood decking on the low side, so it basically meets the slope and the longitudinal and cross slope for ADA compliance.
Thank you, Bill. And I want to say that I know Oakland Beach is a place where, you know, it's a place where a lot of our citizens prefer to go and enjoy going. And ADA is, of course, the law of the land. And of course, being a life member of the Disabled American Veterans, I definitely see the challenges that veterans who are rely on ADA assistance and laws to help them, give them the freedom of mobility. And that's the key words. Freedom of mobility, and to be able to access all areas that we have to offer. So thank you very much. And I appreciate you putting this work forward and getting this done and updating that, you and the department as well as the city. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the committee? Any questions from members of the council? Members of the council? Excuse me, Council President Steve McAllister.
Thank you. Bill, these are CBG funds that we're utilizing for this?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Yep. So I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thank you. I kind of took that for granted. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman. Bill, I think I might have just got my own answer. Was there any other companies that bid on this besides Mill City Construction?
Yes, there were 2, 4, 6, 8 companies, 7 others. The city was the lowest responsible bidder.
I don't see the other bidders.
This was awarded previously, Councilman. This is a 612. It's a modification to the existing contract.
Okay, got it. Okay, thank you, Bill.
You're welcome.
All set, Councilman?
All set, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Sorry, any other questions from members of the council? Any other questions from members of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public? Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Favorable action?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you all. Thank you, Bill.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Item number 5 is 2021-261, mobile self-contained food concessions at various city locations.
Yes, Warwick Parks and Recreation has reviewed the 3 bidder submissions for Oakland Beach, one for Oakland Beach. I'm sorry, for Oakland Beach, 1 bid for City Park, Connecticut Point, Confreda Sports Complex, Mickey Stevens Sports Complex, and Rocky Point Park, and we recommend the awards as follows. New England Lemonade would get City Park, Connecticut Point, Confreda Sports Complex, Mickey Stevens Sports Complex, and Rocky Point with a bid of $10,600. Iggy's would get Oakland Beach for $10,000, and Poppy's Kettle Corn would also get Oakland Beach with a bid of $1,500. The Poppy's Kettle Corn and Iggy's would be selling different items. So that's why they were both being able, according to ordinance, they were both able to be awarded at those sites. And this will generate about $22,100 in revenue. I'll take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Wiley. I'm going to do what I think is the right thing to do and pass it on to some of the members of the committee, because I know that there were some questions and members from the council. So members of the committee, are there any questions that you may have? Councilman Gebhardt.
Thank you. Yeah, I do have a quick question because this is different. Again, I'm new, but this is different from a lot of the bids we look at, obviously, because we're not looking to spend money. This is to bring money in. And I know that various departments, if we were going to go out and buy pencils, might have a list of people who sell pencils, and we'd send the bid out to all of them. how does that work in a situation like this? Can you describe the process a little bit and how we would select who would be notified proactively of this versus who might just find it, on our website or something?
Well, I know that notifications were sent out to about 10 different vendors that I guess that have been involved with maybe some of our food truck events in the past. And the way it's done is they can bid on each site, or one site or multiple sites, and that's the way it's done. And I know there's been some discussion about perhaps looking at different ways of doing it, but the way it's been done in the over the past several years, 5, 6, 7 years, has been that they're able to bid on a specific location or on all of the locations. And I'm not so sure that that's the most efficient way to do it. Also, what they look at in the bids is making sure that it's different types of items that they're bidding. I think, perhaps a different way of looking at it would be to be able to look at food specific items and do it that way. But it's something that we've had some discussions in the office and with other folks about perhaps, changing the way we do this. This bid would only be for 1 year, from April 1st, 21 to March 31st, 22.
Okay. And Director, just a quick follow-up question would be, I see that we are taking bids at City Park, Oakland Beach, Connecticut, Confreda, Mickey Stevens, and Rocky Point. Are there other assets in the city where there might be an opportunity for outside concessions to participate? Are we maximizing all the potential places that we could bring vendors into?
I think at this point we're maximizing. I think also some of the ball fields and little leagues and softball complexes have their own concession stands, so they wouldn't be able to do that. We're also I should add that if the city is doing events like a food truck night or a national night out or something, many other vendors would also be able to come into these various areas and sell their products. So if there's a city-sponsored event, there would be other opportunities for other vendors to be able to come in. But this would be, these vendors have been awarded these if they want to be there every night of the week when something else isn't going on, they could be there.
Okay, and Chairman, if I might, just one last question. Director, one more. Would just be for anyone who might be listening who would be interested in participating in this in the future. Is there some way they should contact you to get added to a list?
Sure, they could contact myself. They could also contact purchasing to be on the list for when the bids are sent out.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you, Councilman. And let me be clear, you are on the committee. You have ask as many questions as need be till you feel comfortable about putting your name to a vote. There's no issue with that.
I get excited when there's revenue opportunities. So I think
as we should. Councilman Foley.
I just want to dovetail with Councilman Gebhardt. I had a lot of the same questions. Beverly, you answered them completely. Thank you very much for your input.
Thank you, Councilman. I see. I believe Councilman Ricks was first, or would Councilman Ricks? Would you yield to Councilwoman Travis, or what would be your pleasure?
It don't matter.
In fact, I was just about to say that, as the competitive bid being in Oakland Beach, which is in Ward 6, though I had the hand raised first, I would certainly defer to Councilwoman Travis.
Always the gentleman. Thank you so much, sir. Councilwoman.
Thank you. I have some issues with this bid. First of all, I want to state that I know all the 3 bidders personally: Mr. Gavino from Iggy's, Mr. Lombardi from New England Lemonade, and Mr. Gilman from Poppy's. And I hope that I can say that I have a good working relationship with them. But I do have an issue with the bids completely. But we talked about, Beverly mentioned National Night Out. National Night Out is a free event. New England Lemonade and Poppy's participate. Poppy's gives 500 bags of popcorn out. New England Lemonade gives. Iggy's doesn't participate in National Night Out with us. He don't have to. He's got a 3-hour line out there for his customers that are standing out there in line. Now, the issue I have is, New England Lemonade has got a stand right here on Oakland Beach Avenue. Last year, and again, I'm not fighting with Iggy's because we get along, but last year, Iggy's had a Dell's Lemonade stand on his property. And I went and told them, what are you doing with the Dell's Lemonade stand on your property when New England Lemonade has got the bid for the beach? He said, it's on my property. I can do what I want. So had no problem selling Dell's Lemonade to his people that are in line, but that wasn't fair to New England Lemonade, who gives us revenue to the city, who's down there in the beach. And people are going to the stand because let's face it, you order your food and now you're standing there, so you're going to get the lemonade from him. Okay. He has Iggy's Doughboys and Chowder stand. He has the boardwalk right there. Now he has to have a truck. And he only bids in Oakland Beach. Now, it seems like a monopoly where he's going to have all of Oakland Beach, where you think if he's got a truck, gee, why don't you go to Rocky Point or somewhere else and you'd be getting more money from people that are not even here. Now, for an example, Narragansett, a few years ago, Mr. Lombardi, New England Lemonade, was the high bidder in Narragansett. And the city said to them, we can't, Dell's Lemonade has a stand, just a little lemonade stand right here, not far from the area. We're going to have to give it to him because he's a local person. Now, I'm not saying we're going to take it away from Iggy's and give it to New England, but they would consider it because you go down the street and you see a pizza parlor. You go 2 blocks away, there's another pizza parlor. So who's to say you can't have more people in that area? Now, Iggy's made it perfectly clear that Poppy's could not have Doughboys because he was going to have Doughboys. But at the same time, New England Lemonade, Iggy's is going to have chowder, clam cakes, Doughboys, popcorn, and Dell's Lemonade. Now, why does he have to have popcorn and Dell's Lemonade when those are the other 2 vendors? First of all, I've never seen, I was told that Kelly kettle corn is different than popcorn. But you know something? I have never seen anybody go to that stand and ask for kettle corn. They go up there and say, can I have 2 bags of popcorn? Then lemonade. He's got to have Dell's Lemonade on his stand. He's going to have a truck with chowder, clam cakes, Doughboys. He's got to have Dell's Lemonade just so he don't give New England Lemonade a chance to participate down there. I have issues with this. I really do. And I'm not trying to pin, like I said, I get along with everybody. I've had the craziest weekend. I didn't get a chance to really talk to them. I was going to talk to all 3 of them. But I think you should see the picture how some people are just monopolizing the whole thing. Iggy's never closed during this whole pandemic. If they did, it was just like a few days. They worked all year. Now, the other day, I just went down there. The weather was great. The line was long. Couldn't find a parking spot. Why not give the other vendors a chance? I thought that's what we're supposed to. Why can't we all play good in the playpen? Here it is. It's revenue coming in. I don't want to, knock him. He went up $2,000 more than the other guy. But I don't think it's right. I think we should be considerate more. And I just wanted to say my piece. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Ms. Wiley, I have a question for you, if you don't mind. Was it in the specs? I think that Councilwoman Travis brings up a very, very, very valid point where Iggy's, I guess, put restrictions on the other vendors, but yet there's no restrictions on the competing vendor, let's say New England Lemonade. Did one of the vendors, let's say New England Lemonade, request that there could be no other sales of lemonade or of a similar product? We'll just say similar product in that property?
No, I think the way it was done is they put in their bid and then they sent us a list of what they'd be selling at their various sites. It's also my understanding that it predates me, but that this was something that was going to come about anyway. There's been a little bit of a turf war because of, as Councilwoman Travis said, with the Dell's Lemonade and the New England Lemonade. And Poppy's is also on Oakland Beach Avenue. I mean, his facility is also on Oakland Beach Avenue in the Oakland Beach area. But they don't know, I guess they don't know how to play nice. And, you know, it kind of put us in a position. And that's why I said that this is only a 1-year bid. And I really think that we need to take a long look at how when we sent out bids, how we do it, and better discussion on how these bids are awarded. Like I said, I stepped into this after the fact. And I'm presenting to you what happened after the fact. So, but I really think that there's got to be a better way of doing this and a more uniform way. I think because it's historically the way it was being done, but when there was a lot of, in Oakland Beach, especially when there was a lot more commercial eateries down that way, they were kind of limiting, looking at like lemonade trucks and ice cream trucks and not looking at some of the other foods that are down there. But I think now that some of those commercial properties aren't there, it opens up more of an opportunity for other types of foods, you know, pizza wagons, taco trucks, whatever. And I think that's why some of the vendors have shied away, because they haven't had the opportunity to even have a chance to get down to Oakland Beach.
Certainly.
For the Oakland Beach site especially.
Certainly. Well, I want to thank Councilwoman Travis, because she knows what's going on. She always has her finger on the pulse in Oakland Beach and explained this. She explained it clearly. And Ms. Wiley, I want to thank you for saying that you're willing to go ahead and reopen this and check out a way that we can satisfy all the vendors and keep the city, you know, as a place where people come and visit and spend their money. Yeah. Excuse me. I'm just gonna, Councilman Foley, please hold on one moment. Council President McAllister.
Yeah, just along that lines, Director, you're speaking my language here. Just because it's been done that way for a long time does not mean it's the right way or it should continue. So I appreciate you saying that, and you know, want to take the opportunity, whether if it's this year or next year, you know, the committee will make that decision. But that, you know, this is good. New people, new ideas, new ways of doing things. Just because something has always been the way does not mean it is the right way or it should continue that way. So I like the thinking. I like let's challenge things. Just because it's you know, it's always been this way. Check the box. Boom, boom, boom. Let's challenge these things, and let's do best, especially for something like this. Revenue, as Councilman Gephardt says, we love revenue coming in. So let's figure out a way to get even more vendors, even more people to participate. So I just want to say thank you for your words on these, and Council President Pro Tem Donna Travis bringing this up and really showing all of us what exactly this bid entails and the history behind it and what we are voting on today. This is all very important information. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Councilman Foley, did you have a comment?
Not a comment, a couple of questions. First to you,
Yes, sir.
Chairman. Because we are not meeting as a full council later on, this will not be voted on tonight. It will be held till the first meeting in April, correct?
We can vote it out of committee and then it'll go to the floor. That vote will come up in April. However, we're still undecided what we're going to do in this committee. So we will vote tonight in committee. Where it goes is then the full body will vote for it April. Yes, Mr. Councilman. Oh, I'm sorry. Solicitor Walsh.
I think if I can add, I may be on to what Councilman Foley was asking. Currently, this item is on the consent calendar. And so if it were looking for individual attention at that later meeting, it would be appropriate to pull it off, assign it its own PCR so that it can be revisited with whatever recommendation this committee chooses to move forward on at that time.
Thank you.
My second question is to Director Wiley. If we hold, is there any lost revenue between now and April 5th to the city?
Well, the previous contracts expire March 31st. So 4 days. And I honestly can't tell you who had, you know, I think New England Lemonade had the contract prior to this. I'm not sure who else had the contracts at the other parks, but the current contracts expire on March 31st.
Thank you.
Thank you, which again goes in, and I understand, Ms. Wiley, you're just jumping into it. And this is one of the reasons why we always try to have the stuff presented 60 days prior, but so it'll be a free for all for 4 days on, trucks welcome. With that said, seeing no other questions, I'm going to go to Councilman Jeremy Ricks. Councilman Ricks, thank you so much for standing by.
Thank you. So I'd first like to say that I completely agree with Councilwoman Donna Travis, and I come at this from a little bit different of a perspective because obviously I don't represent Oakland Beach. I'll go there on occasion for the events, especially before this pandemic. But unlike her, I actually don't know any of those 3 vendors. I've certainly visited all of their concession stands, I suppose, as this bid is characterizing it, mobile self-contained food concessions. Certainly had Iggy's quite a few times, New England Frozen Lemonade and Poppy's Kettle Corn, but the principles that stand out to me with where we should be going with this as a city would be, number one, make sure that we're providing choice to Warwick residents and those who would come to visit Warwick and enjoy these 6 locations, especially apparently the most competitive location, Oakland Beach. And second, what would generate the most money for the city? With the emphasis being on allowing people to have choice above the priority of generating revenue for the city. Not that generating revenue for the city in this instance isn't important. However, for this example, we're talking about if, as recommended, $22,100 out of a $330 million budget. So the city, in short, is not going to balance its budget on the food trucks or lemonade trucks. So where I'm going with this is that carefully studying these bids, the bid of New England Frozen being $8,000 for the Oakland Beach location, Poppy's being $1,500, and Councilwoman Travis bringing to our attention that Iggy's, with its $10,000 bid, would be selling Doughboys, which competes with Poppy's, and as Director Wiley informed us, and I would also like to thank Director Wiley for taking my phone call last week when I had a couple of questions on this, and please forgive my repeating some of this information and questions that we already discussed, just so that I make sure that I'm on the same page with my colleagues and that members of the public are also informed. Where I'm going with this is that as Poppy's withdrew its ability to sell Doughboys as part of its bid, so that it would not be essentially pushed out by Iggy's due to that like item, as we call it. And now we know from Councilwoman Travis that Iggy's has already been having a Dell's cart on its own property on Oakland Beach. It seems like this is very much a monopolistic move by Iggy's to be insisting on having the lemonade as the frozen lemonade as part of its bid, because it already, regardless of whether it wins this bid or not, has the right to sell frozen lemonade on its own property right there at Oakland Beach, all of, 500 feet, 1,000 feet tops from where the New England Frozen Lemonade truck typically is on the city property. So it seems to me that this, going forward with the recommendation in its current form as presented to us, would, in my opinion, violate those 2 principles that we're looking at, that the city should not be encouraging a monopoly. It should be encouraging greater choice for Warwick residents and everyone who would visit our public parks and these particular locations. And it does that by restricting the choices from both New England Frozen and Dells as currently sold at the Iggy's location, also on Oakland Beach, to only the Dells as sold by Iggy's, which I suppose that Iggy's could also have a cart located on that city property, but really I have no information on whether they would physically have two carts or if they would just keep the one. And either way, even if they do have that second cart, that's not really providing additional choice to folks. It's just providing an additional means to the same choice. And then the second principle in terms of the revenue seems to me that if Iggy's were to keep its $10,000 bid as to the various other items that it would sell, such as the doughboys, clam cakes, chowder, all of the other items that it sells. And I do like to eat at Iggy's. I don't know the owners or anything like that, but more choice is better. It's certainly an excellent choice. And by the long lines, everyone knows that Iggy's serves great food. What I'm getting at there is that New England Frozen is not competing with Iggy's on those various items. And similarly, under the proposal as recommended, Poppy's would likewise not be selling doughboys and directly competing with Iggy's on that staple product of its. And so what I envision as being possible here is that if Poppy's has agreed, there's been that communication that it won't sell doughboys in order to proceed with its $1,500 bid to sell the kettle corn. And conversely, we have the opposite situation between New England Frozen and Iggy's, where New England Frozen would be, under this recommendation, effectively pushed out. Well, if one adds the $1,500 Poppy's bid and the $8,000 New England Frozen bid, you have $9,500, which is certainly within 7% of the $10,000 Iggy's bid. So, and I have to emphasize that from all of my understanding of these revenue bids, the city and city council are not constrained by having to go with the top bidder as we are through our normal process. And even with going through our normal process, we have our more recent legislation, which was introduced by Councilman Howe and co-sponsored by, I believe, the entire city council, in which even on the expenditure bids, as opposed to the revenue bids where we don't have the constraints of having to go, being required to go with the top bidder, but even on the expenditures, if it's a local business and it's within 7%, we are allowed to go with the local business of the choice within the city council's discretion. So it seems to me that the city is actually in a position here where it may suggest that under all of the circumstances here, especially with those circumstances where the city has already facilitated some of that negotiation as to exactly what items can and can't be sold by these various vendors when it comes to that situation between Poppy's and Iggy's, then why not apply those same principles as between New England Frozen and Iggy's, especially with how close these bids are, and especially as Iggy's is already selling the Dells. It seems that the only motivation for New England Frozen to not be there is a matter of reducing consumer choice, which I don't think is a particularly good reason here. This is a very different situation from some of these other sites where exclusive rights may be on more logical footing, because I'll throw an example out there. Let's say that any of these other sites, say the Confrida Sports Complex, where you may have a ball game, and if you have 3 ice cream trucks all show up, then effectively none of those 3 companies would make any money. Whereas you have 1 truck show up and they would make money. So I think that there is some logic in the city's bidding process in that regard. But in this particular circumstance, I think that there is a better way to go about it. And I think that the city can, through the authority that it's already exercised as to between Poppy's and Iggy's, have that authority to play referee a little bit between Iggy's and New England Frozen. And that would also result in the city receiving $8,000 in additional revenue should Iggy's decide to keep its $10,000 bid. So I think that we have some opportunities here, not just in the future, but as of here and now for this upcoming bid for the year of April 1, 2021 through March 31, 2022. And I think that it would be wise to revisit this issue and have that different process that Director Wiley was discussing, explore those different options so that especially at sites like Oakland Beach that are more competitive and can support more businesses and also just tend to draw some of these different food concessions, different food vendors, as opposed to a ballpark that would be more limited in its options based on the market. So I would encourage the department to examine that possibility of approaching Iggy's and New England Frozen, seeing if we can work something out along those lines for this year, as well as, of course, looking at that longer term picture. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So I completely concur with pretty much all of the comments that were made here and totally agree with Councilwoman Travis in her position. I have voiced my concerns with this whole process for a good amount of years now since I've been on the council. I think the process is outdated. I think it's very unfair, and I think it absolutely encourages a monopoly in different areas, and we're dealing with it right now tonight. I was very happy to hear Director Wiley say, just because you've always done it that way doesn't mean it needs to continue. I'm sure some of you on the council remember when I was first appointed chair of the Finance Committee, that was a position I took oftentimes to make the motion to send something back out for bid because we were told, well, that's the way we've always done it. Well, this is an archaic process. I think it's unfair and certainly is quite restrictive to the point where you come down to say, well, I don't want you to sell Doughboys because I sell Doughboys and everything else. If that's the way we're going to do business, then why don't we just do the same process with Warwick Housing as an example? Why not just go out for have all contractors bid on doing the work for Warwick Housing and just have one contractor do all the work? And by the way, I don't bid on the work in Warwick in my position on the city council. So just to make that clear, we don't do that because a monopoly is not healthy for anyone. It's not healthy for the business community, and it's not healthy for the customers. The fact that we have one lemonade stand right there generating a livelihood in that community all the time, but yet is going to be restricted from selling lemonade literally a few hundred feet down the road, that's unfair. I could see restricting a business from selling chowder and clam cakes, maybe, because that's not what you do. But this company does sell lemonade right there, literally a few hundred feet down the road. The whole process is just, it's got to be redone. I would suggest looking at something perhaps from a licensing perspective, where different segments or different sections of the city for different volumes of venues or volumes in attendance of people would require a certain fee applied to a license, and have vendors licensed to be able to sell their goods or their wares or whatever it happens to be, as Director Wiley said, whether it be popcorn or pizza or hamburgers or whatever, and have the competition. What's wrong with competition? Competition is healthy. And I think that people would appreciate the fact that they have a choice of going to one vendor as opposed to another. I mean, hamburgers are not hamburgers. Chowder is not chowder. Doughboys are not doughboys. This is far too restrictive, and it's a policy that has been going on for just way too long. And Director Wiley, I commend you for having the vision and the courage to step up to the plate and say, you know what, we need to review this process and perhaps come up with something that is better. I don't know what the plan will be for this year, but I would certainly encourage communication amongst the entities that are going to be playing in the sandbox, so that there's some fairness to this, and there's a little bit of realization that, you know what, we've all gone through this pandemic. We've all suffered through this pandemic. And I think now it's time to say, you know what, we gotta play a little bit fairer with this. So again, I support Councilwoman Travis's position with this. I realize it is her ward. I have Rocky Point in my ward. I think we all have, different places in our wards that could be, would be, and perhaps will be affected by what we do or don't do. So that's my take on it, Mr. Chairman. I think that this process eliminates competition, it creates monopoly, and I just think it's unhealthy for the business community, and I think it's unhealthy for the patrons that participate at these events. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sinapi.
Two things. One's an actual question. To what extent, let's just say if the committee passes the recommendation tonight in whatever regard, to what extent do we even have the power to go against lowest qualified bidder? I'm not sure if anyone knows the answer, but if anyone does, feel free.
I don't know the answer to that.
Do you mean the lowest qualified bidder or the highest in this case?
Highest qualified bidder, sorry. I'm used to it not being revenue generating.
Okay.
Because usually those restrictions are in place for exactly well, not this reason, but for the reason that we can't just say, oh, look, my buddy wants it, let's give it to him. I'm not sure there is an exception.
Councilman, if, with your permission, if I could just, because you waited patiently to have your time, so I'm just gonna, I would feel comfortable saying that one big hurdle has been overcome, and that is that Director Wiley addressed and acknowledged, as did the Councilwoman Travis, that this has to be looked at. And seeing that this is in a contract that expires at the end of the month, and then the issue is acknowledged, that, we look at it as it is and go upon the recommendation. This is my input. Go upon the recommendation, knowing that we are very aware of what the issues are, the challenges are, and moving forward. And I don't want to put any words in anyone's, and this is my opinion. moving forward, that we understand that since this is revenue generating, and now Director Wiley in her first few months in this position knows the challenges and the issues that need to be addressed. Thank you, Councilman. I yield back to you. Thank you for giving me the time. Councilman Sinapi?
Muted myself. Lovely.
Oh,
Thank you, by the way, for saying what you said. I figured there wasn't an answer as far as a way around it anyway. And as far as the current practice, I was just going to chime in and point out it causes problems in ways people don't necessarily think of as well. I remember with the Lions, when we try to have certain events or we try to have the food trucks, it actually becomes a very large problem because the various vendors will start saying, no, you can't invite anybody because I have this contract, or I'm doing this, I'm doing that. It's like, well, we're just a charity. We're just trying to do a thing. Like, why are we getting dragged into this? It's a problem that's larger than people might realize. So I applaud any effort to make this better.
thank you. Councilman, well, before I call on Councilman Ricks again, is there anyone else that hasn't spoke yet on the council that would like to make a comment? Councilman Ricks, round two.
Thank you. I'll be brief. It is my understanding from previous meetings that the city council does have flexibility when it comes to revenue generating items and picking among the bidders, that it does not have when it comes to the expenditures. But I would, of course, defer to our city council solicitor on that point. And this is in relation to my suggesting that, especially since we do have some time here, with the full city council meeting not being able to be held today, to look into whether we may be able to get that $10,000 bid from Iggy's at the same time as the $8,000 bid from New England Frozen, and by that generate an extra $8,000 for the city, in addition to giving consumers that additional choice. Thank you.
That's a slippery slope. Thank you. Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to direct this question to legal counsel. Given that this is a revenue bid, would the city council have the authority to amend this award? An example, amend the award to allow one vendor to sell X item. Would the council have the authority to amend that?
Mr. Chairman, you raised a good question. I would certainly start the analysis with what was actually put out for bid by procurement. And so without having that document in front of us as far as the parameters and specs of how they outlined both the what is available to be bid on and how you must comply with it, I think it's worth further review as to what rights are in play here. So I would reserve judgment on, but note that it's worth investigation for us to come to that conclusion. And in relation to Councilman Rick's commentary, similarly, much of the municipal procurement laws that we're governed by are set in state statute, and it's worth an analysis to see what application the revenue aspects, which isn't outlined off the top of my head so explicitly as well. So I would like to freshen up on that as well. And thankfully for all of us, we have a window of time whereby the next meeting is only a few weeks away and we're not able to finalize this at this time. So myself and certainly Solicitor Conley and Solicitor Pecky are happy to delve into these poignant legal issues.
Obviously, something in this process that said that vendors can't sell like products in the same location. So somewhere in that bid process, it must have said that, and I don't know if that you know, we talk about the way things have always been, but somewhere back in the day, that must have come about. And I don't know if that's an ordinance or legal or what, but I think that I will look into that as well to see the history of where that came from, because that's where it came about, that they could only, you can't sell like products at the same location. And so I need to do some research to see where historically where that came from.
Thank you.
Director, it'd be helpful for us as well, sorry to interject, is just to really focus in on how we were asking for the solicitations for these items, and did we request itemization of how much for each type of item that they plan to sell, such that we could make that type of decision, or if it was bundled as one lump sum for one site, and unless you itemized it, somebody else can come in. Those are two things that I think we need to get to the bottom of. So we appreciate working with you as well.
Yeah, we did get an itemized list of what they were going to be selling at each site, not price wise, but an itemized list of the type of things that they would be selling. That's how we found that Poppy's was also going to be selling Doughboys. I mean, Poppy sells kettle corn, but they also have dessert waffles, a whole dessert waffle line. It's really a dessert truck along with kettle corn.
Thank you. Councilman Lattiser, are you all set? Oh, you're muted. You're muted.
He
I
was
said
unmuted.
yes, thank you. For now, I am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna gauge the committee. Oh, Councilman Foley, please.
We were thinking the same line. I was willing to make a motion to hold so that we can do our due diligence as been discussed so far, and table it till the April meeting.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Now, Solicitor Walsh, if I may, we do have, I saw some hands were raised in the public. We did have extensive discussion on this. Personal opinions don't matter. I want to do what's legally right. What is my next move? Do I call on the public to discuss, or if we plan on tabling this or putting a motion forward? Excuse me. If we plan on putting a motion forward to hold, so we should continue until everyone discusses, correct?
This is at the discretion of the committee. If that motion is what be coming, the rules, we're required to make sure that the public has access to participate prior to passage.
Yes.
Given the discussion, it is indicative that the committee may be going a certain direction. We don't know that yet per se. So
Understood.
if you would like to provide those opportunities for people to be heard at this time, you can, entertain that now.
I absolutely have no problem with
fully
that.
knowing that it may be continued to a subsequent meeting as well. So for any people that may speak, just to keep that in mind.
I have no problem because we did have a lengthy discussion, and I think it's only fair that the people who've been waiting have something to say. Without any further delay, comments. Any further comments from the council? Any further comments from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Mr. Chairman, just a brief history, a bit of quick history. And I'm sure you and the council president will recall the time back in the finance committee when I personally spent about 20 minutes arguing whether or not it was appropriate to speak on something that we intended to hold. Mm-hmm. And after arguing about that for 20 minutes, I allowed that person to speak, and the person spoke for about 5 minutes. And for me, that was a lesson learned. That's my comment.
So just a refresher on what standards are in place. The Open Meetings Act does not require a public forum to be held. Our rules indicate that prior to passage of something, you must allow for the public input, and that's the guidelines. So there's discretion to allow it. However, it is not required at this point in time.
And currently there's not a motion put forward to hold, so it's still open discussion. Yes. Ms. Wiley, I saw that you wanted to say something, or are you, okay, thank you.
I had a quick question if possible, just clarification. By passage of something, Attorney Walsh, you mean passage approval or denial, not passage of a motion to hold, right?
It's deemed, I can flip to it, but it's consideration in some sort of form. So to do something to the item, in this case, the default is, especially because we're not having the rest of the council hearing tonight, the default is for an item to be held, which isn't formally deemed consideration to that same standard as passage or favorable or moving it to the floor or one of our other actions that are available to the committee.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I will say moving forward that it is my intent to make a motion or to support a motion to hold. However, I want to say this to the, before I call on the public, please understand we had discussion, and I do want the public to understand before I call for comments, that we do intend on holding this, but patiently waiting, and the motion hasn't been made yet. We'll open up to the public comment. Brief public comment respectfully, please.
Mr. Casella, would you please unmute and state your name for the council?
My name is Rick Casella. I'm a resident of Ward 1. The reason I want to mention what I'm going to mention before you get to your discussions about how to get everyone to play nice is that initially I think my question was about I agree with Councilman Ricks, but I don't know that he realizes that the Dell's Lemonade kiosk, a separate kiosk on the private property, is something that I think whoever's being awarded the lemonade concession, let's say south of Suburban Parkway, should be, oh man, I don't know how to put it properly, should expect exclusivity. I don't believe that if you award a lemonade vending to someone other than Iggy, that person should have to worry about Iggy having the legal right to put a Dell's Lemonade stand on his private property and impede that person's ability to glean the return on the investment of what amounts to if New England Frozen wins $8 grand. So I think that you have to clarify whether or not this will be an exclusive right to sell lemonade from a kiosk. I don't believe that Mr. Lombardi or New England Frozen has a problem with Iggy selling frozen lemonade out of his window. And that's something you want to clarify with them. But I think the issue was that Iggy's had placed that kiosk on private property, and it encroached on Mr. Lombardi's ability to have the exclusivity that he believed he was getting by making the investment in that location. And I just, that's my main issue with that. That's the main thing that needs to be clarified. And of the three bidders, I believe Mr. Lombardi is the only one that exclusively does lemonade. And I think if there are other revenue streams for the others, and the fact that Iggy's has gotten a non-competition agreement with the other vendor, which I don't understand how they could even do that, or they did it, I guess, amongst themselves, unless it was engineered by the tourism or whoever, Mrs. Wiley's department. My guess is that was just an agreement among businessmen. And so I'm assuming that if that's the case, then we would have to get something in writing or an agreement between the lemonade vendors, if it's not Mr. Iggy, that they're not going to be putting private, you know what I'm saying? I think you understand my point. And so I think in the spirit of getting everybody to play nice, it would be nice to have all three of them down there. And I think the investment the Lombardis have made in Warwick, and the Warwick schools, and the baseball teams, and the lemonade at the special events goes way beyond the savings of what amounts to $500, according to Mr. Ricks. And so that's an invaluable asset to have, a long-standing business that's been very good. And Mr. Iggy has many other streams. I'm sure he'll have no problem absorbing the losses of what amounts to a pittance. I don't know that it's lucrative. I'm sure they wouldn't bid it if it wasn't, but I don't believe that it's such a, in another point, and I don't know what Mrs. Wiley can say, but I believe the New England Frozen bid was on many of those other locations, and I'm not sure that many other people bid them. So there's the benefit of having someone like New England who's willing to go to the low revenue locations just so Warwick can have something there and people can come and say, hey, I can go to the beach and Warwick. At the very least, I can get a low price glass of lemonade. If Iggy gets the lemonade down there, who knows whether an average family can afford to take the kids out for lemonade, let alone stand in line for 3 hours. So that's my thing. I don't dislike either of them. I think they're both great assets to Warwick. I just wanted to make the point about the exclusivity and how that could be an issue going forward. Sorry. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there another member of the public that wishes to speak?
Yes, S. Rainey, would you please unmute and state your name for the council?
Hi, my name is Sean Rainey. Sorry, I'm at work right now. I'm in South Providence working, but I wanted to get on there and talk to about this bid process here. Mr. Lombardi is been in business for 45 years in Warwick. Sent his kids through the Warwick school system. Owns property in Warwick. Bid last year, won the bid, and COVID came along, and he got 3 months taken away from him because of COVID. He still paid the full bid, but took that as a loss, and now we're going to give him another loss. Is not good business by the city. He's there when the city asks him to be. He supports schools in Warwick. He has a scholarship fund at Pilgrim High School in the name of his son who passed away. He donates time, money. He has baseball teams like Mr. Casella said. I just think this year, this is going to be this may be a backbreaker where he says, you know what, I'm not bidding in Warwick anymore. And then you'll have nobody at the other sites. This is just not the time to be doing this. I think Iggy's is trying to monopolize, as everybody else said, down in Oakland Beach. He last year with the Dells cot was wrong. And I don't agree with giving him the whole bid. If he can stop other people from having his products, why can't we say, all right, well, you don't do lemonade, let's have Mr. Lombardi do Mr. Lombardi do the lemonade, so we can have all three, as Mr. Casella just said. I just think as a city, we shouldn't be throwing a business that's been down there for how many years away, because this may end up causing the city money in the long run, as far as property taxes. He owns a house in Warwick, owns buildings in Warwick, owns cars. There's a lot of tax revenue coming from Mr. Lombardi and the Lombardi family. And I think it would be wrong to throw him aside for as Mr. Rick said, probably $500 difference. I know he bid 8,000 or whatever it was. And Mr. Iggy bid 10,000. With all the products that Mr. Iggy has, that 10,000 is not 10,000. If you get what I'm saying, he has more products to make up that money than Mr. Lombardi does to make up the 8,000 with the lemonade. If you look at it that way, it should have been apples to apples. All right, you want lemonade? Let's bid on lemonade. You want Doughboys? Let's bid on Doughboys. Maybe in the future we can do that. I know it becomes tedious, but unfortunately, this is the road that I think we're going to be going down. I don't know if anybody can speak to anything on it, but that's my opinion. I think you're tabling it, and if we get to speak again, I'll speak again at the next meeting. I appreciate your time and hope that something can get worked out. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's the hand we saw is Councilman Foley. I believe you wanted to make a motion.
Point of order, do you want to ask if there's any more public? I thought I saw one more name on the screen.
Oh, okay. Be my guest. Any more public comment? Anyone from the public?
There are no hands up at this time, sir.
Councilman Foley?
Oh, wait.
No,
Yes,
that was.
I'm sorry. Yes. Okay. You put it back down.
Councilman Foley?
Motion to hold till the April 5th meeting.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Minutes.
Oh, PCR, I apologize, PCR.
I'm sorry, it's PCR 4821.
Thank you so much. PCR 4821. Solicitor, are we required to make that motion again under the PCR, or are we good to go? Thank you so much. We're good to go. Thank you, everyone, for the discussion. Thank you, Ms. Wiley. Item number 6, 2021-263, fertilizer, liquid weed control, and lime. I believe this is Bill. Or Christie? Ah,
It's actually
Christie.
me.
How you feeling?
I'm hanging in there.
I hear you.
Public Works is requesting to award this bid to Seton Turf Warehouse, DBA Noble Turf, in the amount of $10,000 for a 1-year period. Would have started March 5th, 2021, and it will expire March 4th, 2022.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Hi, Christy. Do you know what we spent on this line item last year?
Last year, they spent $4,757.73.
Okay, and did we stop treating the areas of grass or whatever that are part of this during COVID?
I can't really speak to that. This is another one of those pieces that is coming to, that Director Earls referred to earlier, that's coming back to Public Works.
Okay, got it. And can you just describe what this is for? Is this for all the fields, non-school fields?
Yes, it's for, well, we use it at City Hall, primarily Ben Street. We do a lot of treatment over there, and other ball fields or soccer fields as necessary.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Gebhardt. Any questions from the committee? Any other further questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Christy, how much was this funded for last year?
I couldn't speak to that. It was not under the Public Works Department.
Does anyone from finance that might be listening in have an idea what this was funded? How much was funded for this item last year? Because Christy, you said we spent like 4,000 plus, right?
Correct.
Mm-hmm. Is there anyone else listening in that would have knowledge of how much this was budgeted for last year? But Christy, if you could,
I actually,
go ahead.
I'm looking quickly here, Councilman Lattiser. It's in, I believe it's in the packet from Joanne. Let me just try to make my way to it here. 45,281 is the account. Maintenance, it's maintenance materials. But it looks like there's probably more than just that in there. It was funded for 35,000.
When you say it's in the packet,
I'm sorry. It's in the file that Joanne sent to us that has the Munis snapshots.
Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, that would have been that entire line item, not just necessarily weed control.
Excuse me, Councilman. I see that a hand is up for Joanne. Go ahead, Joanne.
Hi, like we said, this line item. There we go. Like we said, this line item has more than just the fertilizer in it, but for fiscal year 2020, it was budgeted $50,000 and we spent $44,004.45.
Thank you.
Christy, if you could have either send it to me or have someone send to me tomorrow what that line item, this particular line item was budgeted for last year, please?
I can try. That line item is not part of the Public Works.
No, but it would have been in Parks and Rec, so I'm sure somebody has the information. For
Yeah,
what the
so
budget
that,
Parks and
Councilman
Rec.
Lattiser, so that request should be directed at Director Wiley, I believe, who looks
Okay.
like she's still on here. But I'm sure that would be easy to come by.
Sure,
I'll check on that tomorrow.
thank you.
Thank you. Councilman, all set?
Yes, all set, Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions from the council? Questions from the council? Questions from the public? Questions from the public? I don't see any. Is there any, Phil?
No, sir.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Motion for favorable action.
Second.
Motion for favorable, second, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 7, 2021-270, radiator manufacturer and/or repairs.
Public Works is requesting to award this bid in the amount of $5,000 for a one-year period starting June 5th, 2021. I did have a conversation with Councilman Gebhardt about the pricing in the bid, and I did get a confirmation from the vendor that it was a calculation error on their part. So it is the 29% of whatever it's 29% markup on the parts, whatever they may be. They made a calculation error when they submitted their bid.
Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt, do you have a follow-up with that, or are you comfortable with the answers you got?
No, I think that's good. It just jumped out that the net price that was listed on this bid was like 40% markup or something like that.
Right.
So as long as they don't screw it up on the invoice, I think we're good.
I hear that. All right, but it does say on the bid, 29%. It is verified. I think that was the discussion earlier. Absolutely.
Yeah,
And I
and
see
Christie confirmed that, whenever they receive an invoice, they'll go back and confirm that anyways to make sure that at the time we're billed, it's for the correct amount.
Good catch. Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from the committee? Questions from the committee? Questions, comments from the council? Questions, comments from the council? Questions, comments from the public? Question, comments from the public?
Not at this time, sir.
May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
I've motion favorable, seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 8, 2021-277, portable toilet rentals. That is found on page 45.
Yes, Parks and Recreation has reviewed the 3 bids received and also reviewed the pricing on the state bid vendors that we currently piggyback. We recommend to award Situate Portable Restrooms Incorporated. They're slightly higher on the regular toilets, regular units, but considerably lower on handicapped units, which we need at each location we rent for. The cap on the bid will be $25,000. Current bid ends 6/6/21, and the new contract will be 6/7/21 to 6/6/23. It is a 2-year bid.
Thank you so much, Director. Are there any questions, concerns from the committee? Questions, comments from the committee? Question, comments from the council? Question, comments from the council? Question, comments from the public? Questions, comments from the public?
Not at this time, sir.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
I have a motion for favorable. I have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all. Thank you, Director. Item number 9, 2021-281, Design, Print, and Mail Consumer Confidence Report.
Good evening, Chairman.
Good evening. Welcome back, Terry.
Terry from the Water Department. This bid for design, print, and mail is our annual consumer confidence report, which goes out to every consumer that buys water from Warwick Water. It's to ensure that the tap water is safe to drink. EPA prescribes regulations with limited amount of contaminants in water provided by a public water system. Every regulated contaminant that we detect in our water, even those minute traces, are listed on this consumer confidence report. This is a one-time purchase. The lowest bid came from AP Navitas Division of Branch Graphics Incorporated for $11,040. This is to print the mailer and also mail out to the consumers.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Questions from Councilman Gebhardt? Thank you.
Director DiPetrillo, why do we do this? Is
It's
this
EPA
required by
mandated.
someone or?
Yeah, it's EPA mandated. We have to, we test water every day in the city and quarterly for THMs and haloacidic acids. So it's required by the Environmental Protection Agency to notify our residents of what exactly is in our drinking water and that we're under our MCLs, our maximum contaminant levels.
Okay, got it. And is that requirement that it must be mailed and printed and mailed, or?
That's correct. From the EPA, it has to be in the mail by July 1st to every consumer in our system.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Is there any other questions from Council President McAllister?
Director, you mentioned this is an EPA requirement. Does the federal government send any funds to the city of Warwick to help with the expense for this?
No, they do not, Council President. This is mandated by, like I said, the EPA, also the Rhode Island Department of Health. It's just one of the many regulations that we have to abide by.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President. Any other questions from members of the council? Any questions from member of the council? Questions from members of the public? Questions from members of the public?
Not at this time, sir.
Thank you. Hearing none, may I have a motion?
Move favorable.
Second.
We have a motion to move, seconded. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 10, 2021-294, manage engine AD self-service.
Good evening, Phil Carlucci, MIS Director. This is a request 5610 to piggyback on the state of Rhode Island's bid for software support services and award the Manage Engine AD self-service software service contract to SHI International in the amount of $1,566. Manage Engine is the software product we use for self-service throughout the city for password changing and resetting passwords and stuff. It allows us not to have a 7x24 help desk, which would be obviously cost prohibitive. So it's covers all the firemen and the police that work those off shifts to be able to reset their passwords.
Thank you, Phil. Appreciate it. Are there any questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Questions from the council? Questions from the public? Questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
We have a motion. We have a second. All those in favor? Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just getting a few notes in order, so I apologize. I'm going to ask for 1 minute. Got it. Thank you. Item number 11, 2021-300, purchase transmitter and transmitter steering and comparator display.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening, Commander. How are you?
Very good.
Excellent.
Commander Marchiucci, Warwick Police Department. I'm going to read the letter in its entirety. This one's a little longer than our usual ones, but for the sake of the attendees and our stakeholders, it's important. The police department is seeking authorization to spend $35,426.30 for the purchase of 2 transmitter steering and comparator displays from Cyber Communications Incorporated. This is an emergency purchase that will prevent the entire police communication system from failing. The following is a brief explanation of our intercity radio systems, as well as general timeline of addressing improvements. Police department currently utilizes 4 radio channels and has a comparator for each channel. The comparator is responsible for all incoming and outgoing radio transmissions. These comparators were installed around 2004 with an out of production date of around 2008. They went out of service in 2012. From 2013 to 2018, the police department looked at radio programs to include microwave and or fiber. These are very expensive projects, but will probably be at a city council meeting near you soon. Around 2016, the fire department upgraded their system and gave us their old comparator equipment, which we have been using as a Band-Aid for issues that arise. We have now reached a critical point where servicing 2004 equipment is no longer possible. There is no way of knowing when any one comparator will fail. And if a comparator failed today, we do not have a way of bringing that channel back online. We are currently asking to replace 2 of the 4 comparators. These new comparators are compatible with microwave and fiber communications that will take place in the near future and allow us to have backup parts to the comparators we are not replacing at this time. Currently, Cyber Communication holds our infrastructure service contract and can replace these items upon approval. If approved, funding for this item will be from the police department's operating budget code 30340. Thank you.
Thank you, Commander. Appreciate it. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
Thanks, Commander, for the explanation. This one certainly sounds like it needs to happen sooner than later. Given that we will not be voting on this tonight, do you have any indication from the vendor, Cyber Communications, if do they have this gear in-house, or is this something that they would have to send out for upon getting the PO? And, you know, I asked that just to understand what the lead time would be, given that we have a delay here for a couple weeks.
No, that would be fine. So the turnaround time, they have it in stock. So they would be ready to go upon a phone call from us.
Okay, got it. And is there high demand for this equipment outside of us, or are they sort of keeping it on the shelf for us?
I would say that I wouldn't categorize these particular comparators as high demand. Most agencies have already made the switch to a fiber or microwave system, and these hybrid comparators are not as popular as something that is directly in line with what they may already be using.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Questions from the council? Questions from the public? Questions from the public?
Not at this time, sir.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Move favorable.
Second.
Thank you. We have a move for favorable. We have a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 12 is 2021-301 Water Supply System Management Plan. Terry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Once again, this is a 5-year study. We have to do this every 5 years. Before my tenure, I did not know my predecessor had applied for a 1-year extension. It was not my understanding that this plan was already in place. I was contacted in February by the Rhode Island Resources Board that this study is due by April 8th to stay in compliance with the state of Rhode Island Resources Board. Stantec, our engineering firm, is going to do the study for the amount of $48,200. It's a comprehensive plan of our entire water system, our facilities. It's quite in depth. I'll just hold it up. It's a 300-page report for the state, where we're going in the future, where we are now, where we are going in the future. Any questions?
Are there any questions from the committee? Councilman Gebhardt.
So Director DiPatrollo, thank you for, there's a lot of information in this bid, so thank you. My question was, are we already working with Stantec towards the work product?
Yes, they contact, I give them all the information they needed about update the system. It's very, very in depth. They have everything to move forward with this, and they assured us that they would get it with the state by the deadline to be in compliance.
Yeah, because I see in here, part of it is, look back at the old plan, see what progress we made on the old plan compared to where we said we would be, or where we, thought we would be. So my concern was just seeing this, just a couple weeks prior to the deadline was, will we have sufficient time to do diligence?
Yeah. So Councilman, it used to be face spot friend Dorndike, but the Stantec bought them out. They've been with the water system for over 20 years. They're very, very familiar. Actually, I think they know a little more about the system than I do. So they're very well versed in the Warwick water system. So I think that's part of the reason why they can get this off in a timely manner.
Okay, great. And then one other question is, would Kent County Water Authority be required to do their own version of this, or is this different?
Yeah, that's every entity, every water division or any water authority in the state has to have their own water systems management plan. That's correct.
Okay, and are you aware if Kent County has a current plan, or are they overdue as well?
No, they were probably in compliance last year without an extension. I'm sure of it.
Okay, and then given the 1-year extension, is this plan now only good for 4 years, or do we have a full 5 years after it's submitted?
That's a great question. I know that would be 5 years from 5 years from the time we submit it.
Okay, well, I guess the extension worked out. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions from the committee? Any further questions from the committee? Any further questions from the council? Questions from the council? Questions from the public? Questions from the public?
Not at this time, sir.
May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
Thank you. Motion was made, seconded. All those in favor? Aye. I'd like at this time to just pause the Finance Committee and call and ask the Council President. Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We just want to make an announcement that we will not be starting the council meeting. We will not be having the actual council meeting this evening. There was a little issue that we didn't post it correctly, so we will not have the actual council meeting starting at 7 o'clock. What you are watching this evening is the committees. The committees was posted correctly, so we are doing the committee work. This is the Finance Committee meeting, and after that, we will do every committee that was set to hear tonight. We just will not be calling the actual council meeting to order. So thank you for joining us tonight. We still have a lot of work to do, and please continue. We will be doing committees tonight, but for the formal council meeting that usually starts at 7, we will not be having that this evening, and we will let everybody know when we plan to have that formal meeting. We will give everyone plenty of notice so you can participate in that as well. But again, we're going to continue on with the Finance Committee now, and we're going to go through all of the committees this evening. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mr. President. Before we get on to the final 3 bids, which is 2021, well, correction. Yes, 2021 302, 303, and 304. I would like to read a statement from that was presented to us, the committee, but then also to the council members by the finance director, Mr. Schaefer, who is with us this evening. We'll be in receipt of bid docket for the meeting of March 22nd. I wanted to note that the funding source for the 5 items, 2020-094, we've already held that. 2021 302, 303, and 304. In each case, the financing requested is the 2006 City Buildings Bond Fund, 440-0416. In reviewing and auditing the financial statements of June 30th, 2019, and the almost completed FY20 statements, we identified unspent bond proceeds in this account. As Public Works will disclose, 302 is for an expense which occurred over 1 year ago. The other items are previously discussed transaction relating to the pool and the rink. We are comfortable that all these expenses qualify under the bond indenture. Use of these funds will eliminate the necessity to use contingency appropriations. I would like to thank the finance director for taking the time to maintain what he told us in the very first meeting, which was open communication and fiscal responsibility and oversight. So, Mr. Schaefer, I believe you. Thank you very much. This is always reassuring and actually helpful every time we get something like this. So thank you very much, and I appreciate the document. We'll move on to item number 13. 2021-302 HVAC repair in the WPD building. And Christie.
Public Works is requesting to pay an outstanding bill to CAM HVAC in the amount of $25,500. The invoice, it's been verified. We had a walkthrough with the company that the work has been completed. The invoice was never rectified, and we are requesting permission to pay this vendor at this time under the bond proceeds. It was for a job that was done at the police department.
Yeah, so just a little bit more background. Apparently, sometime back in the previous administration, an issue at the dispatch was identified, police dispatch, where the HVAC system wasn't working properly. There was some communications back and forth about the necessity to get it fixed. Ultimately, the vendor was told to move forward. You know, and that's kind of where we became involved recently. When the vendor reached back out to Christie and essentially said, "Hey, you guys owe me $25,000." You know, nobody knew anything about it. So working with the mayor's office and purchasing, they determined that the best plan of action was to confirm that the work had been completed, and then work with finance to come up with a funding source. So I met the vendor at the police station with building maintenance. We walked through the facility. They pointed out the new equipment. Everything was just as it was identified on their invoice. So at that point, it was, you know, essentially confirmed that they had done the work that they had, you know, estimated and then invoiced us for. So that's when we brought, you know, Director Schaefer into the equation and asked about, you know, the potential funding sources, and that's kind of where we are today.
Thank you, Director Earls, for the follow-up. Pretty self-explanatory and well detailed by you and Christie. Are there any questions from the committee? Any questions? Councilman Gebhardt.
So just make sure I'm hearing this right. So this was outstanding work done previously. Obviously, we've had a few of these tonight and in our last meeting. So does I don't know if maybe with new folks on the team, do we want to do any sort of correspondence or have any kind of policy about, you know, vendors submitting in a timely manner and closing out periodically to make sure that statements balance what, you know, their expectations are? I know some of these are smaller companies, may not have sophisticated accounts receivable teams, but you know, obviously these things cause a bit of an issue. If we hadn't had the bond funds, then it's going to come from somewhere and puts you guys in kind of a tough spot. So I don't know what we can do to reinforce the point that we need to be billed in a timely manner. And, at some, at the close of the fiscal year or whatever it is, that there needs to be a statement review and make sure that, things are where we think they are, and anything that happens after that is their problem. But, I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah, so the first conversation I had with the vendor regarding this was essentially saying, why did you proceed without a purchase order? Right. And they kind of said, well, we had authorization from what we thought was a valid source. And, so I essentially said, well, okay, well, lesson learned, right? Because we don't really have to pay you. We could come back and it was almost to the point where they had given up on the previous administration of ever reconciling this. So, obviously they did the work, and so we want to do the right thing. But I did point out to them that in the future, they should not proceed without a purchase order, because this is obviously something that, one time you can kind of let it slide, because if you have a good relationship with someone, maybe they think that the handshake is good enough. But as I told them, moving forward, that's not going to be the case. And so that's kind of where we are right now. But I understand exactly what you're saying, Councilman Gephardt.
Yeah, thanks. I worry more about, you and your budget in the work that you need to do in front of you, and how, some of this stuff might impact that. But thank you for clarifying that with them and anyone else that is going to do work for the city.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, members from the council, Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Eric, was anything presented to show you any written pricing that was presented to either any member of the previous administration or the police department?
Yeah, they had provided an estimate for the work. And then they did the work, and then they provided an invoice, and all those numbers match. So their estimate was for exactly the work that they performed, which we verified they had done. So it's tough to, with the exception of working without a purchase order, it's tough to fault the vendor in this instance.
And for the record, Mr. Chairman, this invoice that we're talking about paying here was dated January 30th, 2019. We're talking about an invoice and a service that was performed over 2 years ago. 2019. And the vendor just calls to be paid now. And the work that was done here, furnish and install one 3-ton heat pump condenser with 2.5-ton heat pump indoor wall units and material as quoted. Eric, how many wall units were included in this?
2.
2 wall units. Did anyone, just for an exercise, I guess, reach out to any other HVAC companies just for your own personal edification as to what the cost would be to install one of these units? Because I've had some of these units installed previously.
Councilman?
No, I'm sorry.
I
Christine.
just wanted to add that at the time that this work was done, the city was under contract with this vendor for HVAC services.
The city was under contract with this vendor? But no contract for this. This city was under contract with spending authority, but still required some approval, right? Before the work was done.
Go ahead, Christy, sorry.
What should have happened is before the approval was given to proceed with the work, there should have been They should have made sure that there was enough spending authority. This bill came, well after the fact, obviously. I did look back, and at the time when they performed the work, they were under contract for this type of work. We just there wasn't a spending authority. So basically what we're asking now is that we pay this bill, we owe them the money.
So this amount we're talking about exceeded the spending authority of the bid?
Yes, it did at the time, but it was unknown to.
I know. It was unknown to the folks that are here today. And typically when some type of work like this is done, even though there's spending authority given by the city council, whatever that number may have been for this particular item, when something like this is such a large amount, shouldn't this have come before the city council?
Yeah.
Shouldn't amount have come before the city council for approval?
Yeah, it's like the, earlier tonight, we had the Larson. Larson is an approved vendor for HVAC work. They were pushing up against their cap at the pool. So we came back to council, asked for authority, asked for additional spending authority. And so, that's essentially what should have happened in that case. Christy, correct me if I'm wrong. You're my expert.
No, that's correct, but we didn't know that this work was being performed. So it would have been impossible for me to present to this council a request for something that we didn't know was happening.
Right.
Christy, misunderstand. I'm not pointing any fingers, I said it earlier, at anyone here today. The point is, this never came before the city council for approval. It was just done. And to make matters worse, we don't see an invoice for over 2 years on top of everything else. So $25,500 and no bid award. It was just given, and no spending authority was, or in this particular case, this amount was not authorized by the city council. Now, Christy, is it a practice? And this is a question that, yes, I'm asking that I do not know the answer ahead of time. This is one of those times. Is it a practice when these type of contracts are awarded, even though the spending authority, is it a practice of the city to get a written contract for something like this?
I'm not sure if I wholly understand what you're asking for. At the time, we had a contract with this vendor for HVAC services. So it could have been, $45,000. That was the spending authority. I don't know. I'm just throwing a number out there. At the time when this was done, it was how do I want to say it? It was permissible under the contract. However, the spending authority wasn't there. And we can't, and I'm, you can ask Eric, I'm a stickler with these guys, and I am always saying, you can't do that, you can't do that, you can't do that. I would have brought it to the council had I known and said, we need to have this job done. We need to request spending authority, and we wouldn't be here today discussing it. But unfortunately, that didn't happen.
And Christy, I agree with you on that, and I fully understand. You can't react to something that you don't know. You can't control or direct a process if you're not aware of something taking place in the first place. And I fully concur with that. And I'm not suggesting or implying anything different. But it seems as though in the last month or so, 2 months, there has been quite a few occasions where this type of thing has surfaced, has come about. And I'm asking about the contract because and I can't speak to it exclusive for certain with commercial, and I will research this tomorrow. But I can speak for certainty on residential. Any residential work, any contract that is in the amount of $1,000 or more by state law requires a written contract. Now, I'm going to research that further tomorrow. I don't know if that applies in our instance of doing business when you have this type of award, but I'm sure we're sharing the same frustration that here you are, you have to come before the city council once again to pay a bill that you had no knowledge existed or that a service was even provided. Now, do we have a warranty on this item for this work?
Yeah, I mean, I would assume so, but what's the typical warranty on something like that? It's usually a year, right? Like you indicated.
I don't know. I don't know. I think that it could certainly be longer than a year. Or it could be, parts of the component gets a certain warranty. Labor is something else. Parts is something else. With a $25,000 expenditure, my suggestion would be to reach back out to Cam and let's find out what the warranty is. It may well be a moot point, but I think we should get that for shelling out 25 grand.
Yeah, that seems reasonable.
It's unfortunate that you're in that situation that you have to come before us once again for these type of items, but hopefully processes will be put into place that maybe these type of things won't continue to be reoccurring at every single council meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. Any further questions from committee members or, I'm sorry, council members? Further questions from council members? Any questions from the public?
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, I guess I'm unmuted.
You are.
Rob Cody, Ward 7. So as I'm following this kind of debacle that we're in, this isn't the first time that this has happened. So just for my own edification, let me just follow this for a second. Am I correct that when monies are expended, to my knowledge of being in, 12 years worth of finance meetings, all work comes before the city council. It's discussed at length and in detail by the council. The council asks questions, and then it's opened up to the general public to ask questions of the work that's about to go out to bid. So with this particular award of this HVAC of $25,000 and change, that process did not happen. Am I correct?
That's the way it would appear. Yes. I mean, it's certainly not all the I's were dotted nor all the T's crossed, it would seem. That's correct.
Okay, so basically that constitutes a breach in the fundamental procedures of the city council, and the taxpayers should have absolutely no obligation to pay this bill. I'm certainly not pointing any fingers at anybody because accidents happen, but the fact of the matter is, I mean, one could really argue right now, and I think the council should tread very carefully, one could argue right now that that's a violation of the Open Meetings Act because you passed a contract which was in direct violation of the city council regulations where the general public was not allowed to question, and neither was the city council members. So I think if you move forward to pay this, I think you're going to wind up having another complaint before the Attorney General's office. It's a stinky situation, but now we're finding out that in fact this isn't the first. So there's been several situations like this. So from my chair, it begs the question: who's watching the bank account? I understand that sometimes these things are pretty complicated, but the reason that we have a 9-member city council and that we have all kinds of department heads and three branches of government is to prevent these things from happening. If it was a couple of $100, I wouldn't even be wasting your time with this question, but it's tens of thousands of dollars, and the fundamental processes of the city council and the city council regulations have been breached. So I think the city council needs to take that into consideration before they go and pay this bill, that they're paying a bill knowing that council regulations have been breached, that council members were deprived of their right to ask questions, and that the general public was also deprived of their right to ask questions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Are there any other further comments from the public?
Yes, sir. We have a phone number ending in 8487. Please unmute and state your name for the council.
Yes, good evening. My name is Roger Durand. I have a more broader question. Obviously, this thing has been happening quite a bit. What policies and procedures is the city council going to institute so we don't have these problems in the future? I guess I'll direct my question to the finance chair.
Well, the council is definitely welcome to open up and discuss anything like that. It's as your question asks, what is the council? So it's something that can definitely be discussed.
Well, it's not so much discussed. I want to know, what procedures are you recommending? And we have a legal team sitting by, and I don't expect you to answer my question within 30 seconds. But what I'm asking is more rhetorical. Obviously, this problem, as I say, has happened many times. So I want to know, as a taxpayer, going forward, what procedures is the finance committee going to put into effect that this doesn't happen again?
Well,
that's my question.
The procedure we're working on tonight is the open discussion, which meets the laws that we follow. The second thing that comes up from this discussion brings this topic up. The third question would be, is we would confide as a united council, we'd talk about and put a motion forward, whether it be to hold favorable action or unfavorable action. And then, of course, as Councilman Lattiser already mentioned, that it's something that he's going to do research on. We're all a little curious. Does this fall under a 3-3? Does this fall under? So right now we're in the discussion phase. As far as jumping on and saying that we plan on taking any action, we're just not there yet. We're listening to what people have to say and having a discussion.
No, but I understand that. And I understand we are talking about this individual item. I'm going beyond that point. Whatever you decide to do this, I know you're going to have consultation with the legal department and the like. That's fine. I'm asking what ordinance is going to be passed by the city council in the future so this doesn't happen again. And if it does, it's clearly delineated. This will not be paid because of the screw up. That's my point. We know what the problem is, fine. I want a solution going forward that this doesn't happen again. So thank you for your time, but that's my recommendation.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public?
Yes, sir. We have someone, phone number ending in 8281. Please unmute and state your name for the council.
Barbara Walsh.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm finding the whole conversation to be very interesting and agree with all the comments that have been made. But I think there's also another question here. One incident is a mistake, but multiple incidences are patterns. And I think there needs to be some sort of consequence for whatever person is responsible for ensuring these things don't happen. And in listening to previous council meetings, you guys may say you disagree with this or that shouldn't have happened, but then you go and pay the bill. And that seems to be the end of the conversation. And I think there needs to be a consequence for someone to change behavior. Otherwise, why should it change? And you are talking thousands of dollars here. I mean, in the greater scheme of things, maybe it's not going to break the bank or anything, but it shouldn't be happening. I expect more of our bureaucrats than this.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I see that Councilman Gebhardt has his hand up. Councilman Gebhardt.
Yeah, I think it might be appropriate to ask the finance director what controls are in place to address this already. Obviously we've had public comment urging us to pass something new, but in my experience, which is not government but in private, that there would be some controls in place around things like this. So we have a process, and obviously you've supported the DPW director in a recommendation to pay this and found the monies to do so. But I'm just wondering, Director, if you have any comment about things already in place that might help alleviate this in the future.
Well, we had a good meeting, Eric and Christie, and they went through this and some other issues that you've already discussed. And, the important question I think that was asked is, why did the vendor go ahead and do this work unless they had authoritative communication that was authorized work? And I have no problem with your denying payment, and this will be litigated. And you have some great counselors, Billy or Bill, either one of the Billies that can defend this. But and maybe that's the way you want to go. Refuse to pay the bill. That will set the parameters for future compliance by vendors who do work with the city. So that's one option. But Eric has confirmed the work has been done. And I have no experience. I mean, the mayor was very cautious about proceeding with the pool work. Everyone wants the pool opened. We had to do some things where we didn't go to bid. This is part of the parcel of money we're using to pay this. I have seen no evidence that this will happen under this administration. There will be instances where we have to do work and we don't have a vendor ready. But for something that goes back really a year and a third is kind of unprecedented. And I personally, as finance director, have no objection to your refusing to pay the bill and see what the consequences are. That's the way to set the precedent.
Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilman Gebhardt, did you have a follow-up? I apologize.
No, I was just going to say thank you.
Thank you. So where we stand right now, Councilman Lattiser, I see your hand, and I want to ask if you're fine. Where we stand right now, I think it's agreed that we can go ahead and maybe make a motion to hold this, because you have questions that you brought up, and we have questions that need to be brought up. And I think and as Mr. Schaefer stated, it'd be wise to go ahead and see what our options are upon answer of those questions. So Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I just want to point out that it actually goes back 2 years and 2 months. This invoice was dated January 30th, 2019. That's when the invoice was generated. I would suggest that there's a chance that the work may have been performed before then. But in any event, I would like to request a PCR number on this item, please.
Hold on, Councilman, hold on. I'll request the PCR when we get there. I agree with you. I would like a PCR on this. I'd like to hold it, but I'd like also the input of my committee. Would there be a motion to hold?
I make a motion to hold.
Okay, can I have a PCR as requested by the councilman and myself?
Excuse me, point of
Councilman
order.
Howe, there's someone
Can
in
you
the
ask
public who'd like
about
to
the
speak.
public comment? I don't.
I
think
thought we completed public comment. I apologize. Is there someone?
Yes, Mr. Cody. Mr. Cody, please.
I just had one brief follow-up. As a private contractor, and I'm sure Councilman Lattiser also knows this, when you assume work or change orders, even under a contract, and you don't have a PO for it, and you don't have the approval, you do so at your own risk, knowing that there's a chance that you will not get paid because it hasn't been approved. So that's the fundamentals that take place in private practice. I don't see why that should be anything, any different when it's a matter of public funding. Thank you very much for your time.
Bill, are there any other public comments, please?
Not at this time, sir.
Thank you.
Motion to
So-
hold?
All right, hold on. I'm sorry, Councilman. Please wait a moment. Lynn, is it PCR 49-21?
That's correct.
Thank you so much. Councilman Foley, please.
Motion to hold.
Second.
Motion to hold PCR 49-21, seconded by Councilman Gebhardt. All those in favor? Aye.
Holding to 4-5, is that correct?
Say again, I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, you were holding that to April 5th?
Oh, we didn't say. Yes, please, April 5th. Do we have to redo the motion, Solicitor? Thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Chairman, may I ask one question?
Yes, please. Councilman Gebhardt.
So we are holding this. What are we holding it pending? Are there specific follow-ups that we are looking for from anyone? So when we get to the 5th, we can make a move one way or the other.
Yes. In my notes, what I have is, how was this authorized? An invoice. How is this authorized? Was it authorized? My question would be, and I think a lot, was it done under a 3-3? Or I don't believe it could be done under a 56-6. Was it, who authorized it? And as was discussed by the DPW, let me look at my notes. As it was discussed by the DPW, this was an invoice that was given to them. They verify the work was done, but there was no other documentation that the work was done, if I'm not mistaken. And so what we're doing is we're holding it to get the documentation. And then, of course, as Mr. Schaefer said, and I didn't write that in my notes yet, he said it would be interesting to see if we are legally bound to pay this, considering that it was not brought before the council. So if it wasn't done properly through the channels and there was no other alternate way to do it, what's our legal recourse? Councilman Lattiser.
Mr. Chair, good point on the 3-3, but I'd also point out that that would have had to been in writing too. And there certainly would have been an accompanying document for that.
Thank you. Councilman Gebhardt, does that answer it? Thank you so much. Good. Oh, Councilman Foley.
On the follow-up, also the reason to go with a PCR is so we can have discussion and pull it out of the consent calendar in front of the full council.
Right.
Yes, and also to go before. Also, it'll go before the council itself. Yes. Thank you. Okay. So I guess the big question as we move into item number 14, 2021-303 HVAC repair Thayer Arena. I'm just going to ask it point blank for the saving of time. Director Earls, is this the exact same situation?
Is it the exact same situation?
It's not the repair, but the invoice and the reason to pay.
I'd have to confirm that with Christie, because I think, again, this vendor was, they were both approved vendors, so they were approved to do the work. And I know that this is 2 invoices. Thanks for coming back, Christie.
Flash.
I can only mumble and stall for so long,
This is another one of those, this was not under the purview of Public Works at the time. This vendor has outstanding bills in the amount of $1,690. We did have them out to do an evaluation of the compressor room on Friday. It was a minimal amount of money just to get an independent evaluation aside from the current company that we have. And this was brought to my attention. I brought it to the director, and it's something that we need to make good on. They did do the work.
So and a little bit more of the backstory now that Christie gave me a chance to kind of collect my thoughts. So this vendor was called into the rink to look at a couple things on a couple occasions. So in doing so, because they were performing a service to the city, they invoiced the city for their time. Apparently, there was some discussion about whether or not they should be paid because there was some assumption that they were just coming to check it out for free. And so there was the dispute regarding that. That was essentially the dispute, right? So they thought the powers that be in the city thought they were coming out for free. The vendor didn't feel like giving their time away, so they sent an invoice for their time. And then on the city side, they refused to pay it. That's kind of the story that's the narrative that we've heard. Christy, is that about it?
Yes. Councilman Howe, you're muted.
It's contagious, Councilman Lattiser. It says over here that it was a section 56.6. This was authorized as a 56.6.
No.
Yes.
We're just requesting it as a 56.6. At the time, again, this vendor was under contract with the city. It has since expired. So we are requesting under a 56.6 to pay them because we don't have another mechanism to do that.
Right. Okay. Understood. Thank you. Thank you. And once again, so if I understand it correctly, Eric, for my clarification, it was understood that they would come out, look at something as a courtesy, and it turned into a billing.
Correct.
So they just sent an invoice and said, now you have to basically pay it, and you're under contract, so pay it.
Yeah, and so, I mean, you can look at either side of the coin as to who would be culpable in that situation.
Yeah.
I mean, someone should have made it clear what the expectations were, right? So, hey, we're coming out, you're gonna pay us. Hey, if you come out, can you come out for free? I mean,
You're
just
right.
it's the lack of communication, I think, mostly.
I understand. Okay, thank you. Members of the committee, any questions from member of the committee? All right, members of the council, Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also point out too that we're talking about two separate invoices here. It appears as though it's, for the same item. One invoice was dated 3/26/2019, just about 2 years old, for $690 for a service technician and adjustment. Well, a credit, sorry. So $690 for a service technician to come out, do whatever. And then on the 18th, April 18th, some 3 weeks later, come out with a final billing of $1,000 for whatever. But there's another issue here that I'm not sure if everyone is wrapping their arms around. Just in these two items alone, we're talking about $27,000 of invoices that should have been paid in the budget for the fiscal year 2019. Those were amounts that we're assuming were within the spending authority granted by the city council. Here we are 2 years later, looking at just these two items for almost $27,000, or it actually is over $27,000, that is going to have to be absorbed into this year's budget. How does that work for you?
If I remember correctly, the statement said that it won't be taken out of the, and I could be wrong, but it's going to come out of the building bonds, correct?
Correct.
Yes. Fair enough. Good point, Mr. Chairman. It's coming out of the building bonds, but
on a bill that was due in 2019, you're absolutely right, Councilman.
But my comeback, Mr. Chair, is for $27,000. We certainly could have found other things to do with that bond money than to pay invoices that were 2 years old that this current administration is inheriting. So it's either going to get hit in the budget, or it's going to be taken out of bond money that could be used to do whatever you want to do, fix ball fields, fill potholes, right? Patch a couple of roads. I don't know. That's it. That's all I got on this.
Thank you, Councilman. And it was again, the buildings bonds, right? For building upgrades, the bond was specifically for buildings, city buildings? Okay,
Yes.
all right, all right. But I get your point, Councilman. I get your point. I understand what you're saying. Any other questions from the council? Questions from the council? Okay, I see that we have some members of the public. Go ahead, Phil.
Phone number ending 8281. Please unmute and state your name for the council.
Hi, Barbara Walsh again. I want to thank Councilman Lattiser for his diligence on this. It's not easy to keep raising a point that seems to be a similar point. But again, my point is somebody needs to be looking at the processes being used by the city here. And if there are processes in place that are not being followed, somebody should be held accountable for that. One of the men who just spoke said something like, well, someone should have made it clear whether the city was going to pay or the city was not going to pay because they would agree to do it for free. I would suggest to you the city should be making it clear what the city is willing to pay for. And then there can be a discussion, debate, whatever, around whether that vendor is in agreement with the city or not. But it's absolutely clear here that the city, whoever that is not taking responsibility for making these issues clear. What are we paying for? What are we not agreeing to pay for? And it's my same point again, reiterated. And thank you for the time to comment.
Thank you.
Phone number ending 8487. Please state your name.
This is Roger Duran. I just have a question. We keep on hearing this was audited. Who was the person responsible for contracting with these companies to have them come to the city and perform work? Do we know who that person is? And number two, are they educated on the procedures of the city so that if they do call them in, the company has to be reimbursed? Thank you.
Thank you. I don't expect anyone to speak. If you don't know the answer, but I don't expect anyone to speak for the previous administration or answers we don't know yet. So, go, Phil.
Mr. Cody, please unmute.
Hi, once again, you know, this is becoming a pattern of behavior, which, you know, I don't think that it's done with any malice, but it's done without the proper forethought. So if you're saying now we're going to take this money out of the building bonds, I would think that in accordance with the basic council regulations, that expenditure would have to go before the council, would have to be spoken about in a formal council meeting, and would also have to have public comment. The fact of the matter is that these bills are in excess of 2 years old. I also think that the vendor waiting for 2 years, I know if I sent in a bill to one of my clients 2 years after my services were rendered, I can tell you what the answer to that would be. And I can tell you something else. I got a phone call from Virginia last week requesting me to do work. And the first thing I said, that's fine. I'll be more than happy to do the work. And they said, well, we need you to get there right away. We need you to inspect such and such. And I said, that's fine. As soon as you send me a PO, I'll be on my way. And I received the PO within hours. So, I mean, this, from a point of view, from somebody that has to deal with these things on a regular basis, these types of issues are completely unacceptable in private business, and these bills would simply not get paid. And if it goes to litigation, then it goes to litigation. The city has attorneys on call, go to litigation. But I mean, how many issues is this now? I mean, this is what, 5 or 6 times that this has happened and I'm aware of? you know, and like I said, it's not a couple of $100. It's now we're up to just these two issues, $27,000. So, you know, what are we going to give up? Let me ask you this. What department that we've spoken about tonight that's come before the city council requesting allocations of monies, which one of them wants to raise their hand and give up $27,000 from stuff that they need? Why don't we look at it that way? Let's say we'll pay these bills, but these bills have to be paid from other departments that are willing to give their monies up. I bet you we're not going to get anybody that's going to sign on board to that, are we? Well, that's the same position that the taxpayer takes. So again, my recommendation from private practice is these bills should not be paid, period. Thank you for your time.
I am having a wonderful time with my buttons tonight. Okay, thank you. Any other public comment?
Not at
Okay.
this time, sir.
Thank you so much. So I feel that we should follow the suit now that it's been brought to us. And I first of all, I want to preface this by saying thank you. I see you, Councilman Ricks. Give me one moment. I want to preface this motion that we're about to make of where I'm going to request to hold by saying to the administration, I appreciate, and to Eric and to Christy and to all the departments, I appreciate you trying to, you know, level off and kind of bring the balance sheet up to a level where we have no outstanding, and you're also trying to justify in getting these repairs done. So the conversation is difficult, but the end result is what everyone wants, and that is these Thayer Arena and the buildings to be operational so that we can keep the city going. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. So listening to the comments, listening to the travel on all of this, how we got here today, seems to me that it might be most appropriate to have a further discussion of this in executive session at a future meeting with a report by the city council's, excuse me, not the city council solicitor, but the city solicitor. I'm certainly not opposed to a motion to hold as of this evening while we figure out all those details, just throwing it out there as a potential option. Thank you.
Not a potential option. Okay, to the committee, do I have a recommendation?
Councilman High, can I just chime in real quickly?
Who is that? I'm so sorry.
Eric.
Oh, hey, yes, Director Earls.
I'm sorry. Sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to point out this. I completely understand everyone's comments and the direction that we're going in with this. The frustrating thing from Public Works' standpoint with regard to these things that come up, you know, we are obviously new to this, and this is not really, you know, this is kind of the sins of our father kind of stuff. But these are two pretty good vendors. You know, CAM HVAC that did the work at the police station is a pretty good vendor. ESI, the one that we're talking about now that did work at the pool, they've been maintaining the pool for decades. The same two technicians have been over there. They stopped bidding on this because they were shorted that $1,600, and we lost them as a vendor. Because of this $1,600, we lost a very good vendor at the rink. So that's the frustrating thing from Public Works' standpoint at this right now. And I completely understand if, you know, if the public doesn't want to pay them, you know, the idea that the vendors didn't submit their invoices for 2 years isn't accurate either. They were throwing invoices at the city for several years, for, you know, the whole time. It's just they weren't getting a response. And so with the new administration, they figured, okay, well, maybe now I can, you know, get some, you know, justice out of the work I did. And so that's kind of where we are. I'm sorry, I just wanted to add a little more to the narrative. That's all.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I hope it's clear that no one's questioning their ability. If that came out, I'll take responsibility for that, and I apologize. It's a question of our due diligence and making sure that the money is spent effectively. So I understand, and hopefully this will be ratified in the next 2 weeks. Councilman Gebhardt, we're about to make a motion. Hit it.
Just one follow-up for Director Ellis. You spoke specifically about this ESI. the $1,600. Was that the same behavior of Cam? Had they sent repeat invoices to the city over the past 2 years, which had gone unaddressed?
Yeah, I mean, Cam was even more, and rightfully so, was even more aggressive about their pursuit of payment, apparently. That's accurate, right, Christy?
Okay, thanks, Director. Christy nodded yes.
I said yes, I guess you didn't.
Okay, we're gonna, Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I mean, as this conversation continues to evolve, it just presents additional questions. So either for Eric or Christy, did particularly Cam, because it's such a large invoice, did they indicate to you any reason they were given for not paying that invoice for 2 years?
No, I, with the ESI one, that, like I said, there was a dispute as to whether or not, whether or not they were going to do it for free or not. But the CAM HVAC, I don't know. I don't remember seeing any justification for them not getting paid. I don't know. To answer your question, no.
Okay, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Motion to hold to the April 5th meeting.
Second.
Motion to hold, seconded. All those in favor? Aye. May I have a PCR 50-21?
Correct.
Thank you, Lynn.
Thank you, Councilman.
You are welcome. Item number 2021-304, replace fire alarm radio box at McDermott Pool.
Public Works is requesting to have a replacement fire alarm radio box installed at the pool. The one that is currently on site is not working. It cannot be fixed. It's old. It needs to be replaced. And we can't open the building to the public per the Warwick Fire Superintendent until this is done. So we are requesting a 56.6 for SIGCOM in the amount of $4,396 to replace the box.
And if I'm not mistaken, this also falls under the building's bond. That is specifically for building repairs.
Correct.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Christy, how long has this box been non-functional?
That I don't know. I don't have.
I don't know either. It only came up with the most recent inspection.
Is there periodic inspections that are done to this box? I know typically there are required inspections of fire alarm panels, fire alarm boxes, etc. Do we know when the last time this box was inspected?
I don't know, but like you said, there are regular inspections through the city's facilities for that exact thing. I don't know what the frequency is, though.
I think they're quarterly.
Yes, we have a quarterly contract for fire alarm inspections, and they test certain portions with each visit. So a device that they tested maybe in the March visit, they don't test again until a later visit. So eventually they cycle through the whole system and test all the devices. So we're not sure when this box went out of function, but it's a problem now. We can't open the building until we rectify it. So that's why we're asking the council for permission to do so.
Understood. Christy, what does a fire alarm radio box do? What is its job?
I don't specifically know, but I imagine that it transmits to the fire department that the alarm is going off. That the fire alarm.
It's an integral part of the system.
Yes.
And I would think it's fair to say that it's part of every quarterly inspection to make sure that box is working, because if that box is not working and there is an alarm that goes off, it would not get triggered to the fire department, correct?
I'm not an expert on the fire alarms or their inspections. I can only tell you what I know.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, Councilman, that all seems logical. You know, Christie and I, like she said, we're not experts on this, but everything that you are saying seems logical. I think if you're getting at the idea that they should have found it sooner, maybe that's true. But the pool hasn't been open for a year. You know, it's possible that they tried to get in and couldn't because there was no one there. You know, the door at the pool's been locked for, 9 months at least. So it's possible that was what was happening when they were visiting quarterly. But, to Christie's point, again, we hate to keep beating this horse, but this is new to Public Works, so we can't really speak to the history.
Right. Again, I fully understand. And, I understand what you're saying as far as the pool being closed for, that period of time. I was just looking to establish a date certain on this matter. All set, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Any questions, further questions from the council? Further questions from the council? Questions from the public? Questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. May I have a motion?
Favorable action.
Second.
We have a motion for favorable. We have a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you all very much. Let's move on to the regular agenda. Councilman Sinapi, be ready. If I can have acceptance of the minutes for the committee meeting held on February 22nd. Do I have a motion for favorable action?
Favorable action.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Motion for the meeting of the minutes held on March 8th. May I have a motion?
Move favorable action.
Seconded.
Aye.
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 I like your energy.
Aye.
Okay. Item number 2 is PCR 29-20. Resolution memorializing the General Assembly to enact legislation authorizing the city of Warwick to issue not to exceed $10 million general obligation funds, notes, and other evidences of indebtedness to finance the construction, renovation, improvement, alteration, repair, furnishing, and equipment of the athletic and/or recreational fields and facilities for the city high schools, subject to approval of the state housing aid and reimbursement rate or state share ratio not less than 35% at the time of issuance, and provide that the authorization be reduced by the amount of the certain grants received in the state bond proceeds from the Rhode Island Department of Education or from the State of Rhode Island School Building Authority. Councilman Sinapi, would you like to amend the title of that? No, Councilman Sinapi.
Oh, I love it. I love hearing the auctioneer come out on you. Could I do May 3rd, please?
I thank you. Per request of the sponsor, may I have a motion to hold till May 3rd?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. Thank you. Item number 3, PCR 41 Alpha-20, resolution addressing the fiscal request for educational and fiscal year 2020 to 2021. Councilman Sinapi, this is not drafted.
May 3rd as well, please.
May I have a motion for hold till May 3rd per request of the sponsor?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Item number 4, PCR 97-20, resolution regarding ratification of the Cooper Building lease. Councilman Sinapi.
May 3rd as well, please.
Motion to hold till May 3rd per request of the sponsor?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
The time is 7:57. The Finance Committee is now officially closed, and thank you, Councilman Sinapi.
Thank you.
Mr. President, I'd like to request a 5-minute recess.
You took the words out of my mouth, my friend. Yes, I think that is best. Let everybody take a 5-minute recess, and then we're going to come back into committees. So Councilor Walsh will read us in for the next committee. I don't have it in front of me, but we're going to take a 5-minute recess, let everybody stretch their legs, and we will be back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President.
We went into recess period.
Your mic's not muted, FYI.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Thank you.
Somebody's eating an apple. Good for you. And now I'm hungry. Thanks.
I would gladly share my apple with you.
Aw.
Who's talking out there?
Nobody.
How are we looking, everyone?
Ready to go.
I believe next will be health, education, and welfare. Do we have anything on that agenda?
Not.
No, Mr. President. After that is the ordinance committee. This is Chairman Sinapi, Councilman McElroy, and Councilman Ricks.
Thank you very much.
Looks like my committee's ready. You all good? All right, thumbs up works for me. Lynn, are you good?
I'm all set, Councilman. Thank you.
All right, so ordinance can convene at 8:11 p.m. First up, we have minutes for March 8th, 2021. Do we have a motion?
Move favorable action.
I saw Councilman McElroy say second, even though he's muted. I'll second it too, just to be, I'll just say.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have PCO 2-20, an ordinance relative to forming a commission to establish LED signage guidelines. This is Councilman Lattiser.
Hold May 3rd.
You say April 3rd? I'm sorry.
May 3rd.
May 3rd. Got it. Request by the sponsor to
Thank
hold
you.
till May 3rd.
Move hold to May 3rd.
Second.
Motion made and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Next is PCR 39-21, a resolution extending a commission to examine possible means of tax relief for Warwick property owners through tax exemptions and altering composition of the membership of the same commission. This is Councilman Ricks.
Request hold to April 19th. And if there's no comments or questions, I'll move to hold to April 19th.
I move to hold it to April 19th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. It looks like that concludes the business of the ordinance committee at 8:12 p.m.
Next up this evening, we have the Public Safety Committee. This is Chairman Foley, Councilman Ricks, Councilman McElroy.
Good evening. It is 8:13. The meeting is called to order. Let me see. Hey, there I am. I believe I was unmuted. Am I right?
Yep.
And there I'm back. Now we are. First item is acceptance of the minutes from February 22nd.
Move
Motion,
acceptance.
Second.
seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And I'm not seeing it. Are those the only, I'm sorry, those the only minutes to be approved?
That is correct.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Just making sure I didn't miss anything.
Thank you.
First item, ordinance PCO 2819, ordinance in regards to no parking between signs in front of 301 West Shore Road on Sundays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. Councilman McElroy.
Move that to the pending file, please.
Do we need a motion for that?
I don't believe, well, I see the city council solicitor nodding, so I will make a motion to that effect.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
PCR 2121 resolution relative to claims, Felina Frink. We had discussion on that in the last. I'm looking for a motion to either approve or deny. It was recommended approval. Any questions, comments from the committee?
Chairman, if I may?
Yes.
Let's see. I'd just like to ask the city clerk if we have, or is it the city clerk or is it the finance department? Either one, if either has any further information on this, since I believe that it was previously conveyed that the city sent notice to the claimant.
If I may, I was told that there were numerous discussions trying to figure out what was being looked for. And there was no new resolution to that, new information coming forward. Am I correct? Joanne?
I have no additional information.
That's correct, Councilman.
Thank you.
In that case, given the concerns on the labor, I would suggest that, and I can make a motion to this effect, that we approve for the $424 the material charge without approving the labor estimate at this time, but effectively approving the $424 for the materials without any prejudice as to the labor, so that if the claimant wishes to come back and seek reimbursement as to the labor, then the claimant would have that option in the future.
Before we make any motions, any questions from the committee? I'm sorry, the council. Any questions from the council?
I have one quick question, sorry.
Who is that?
Councilman Sinapi?
Yep.
I move for Attorney Walsh, because our affidavit's written the way it is, does it allow for a claimant to come back for a second round after they were approved for the first round?
The current process anticipates everything coming in one item.
Yeah, because our affidavit seems to say, and now you won't seek recourse or money from any other source now. This is it, done.
I concur, Councilman. The current process lays out that this is resolving the issue between the claimant and the city moving forward.
Any other questions from the council?
Without necessarily being disagreeable with Councilman Sinapi or our city council solicitor, my reading of it, the appropriate sentence being, I have not sought compensation, nor will I at any time seek compensation from any source, including but not limited to any insurance company, other than the city of Warwick, for any loss arising from the above described incident. Understanding for pothole claims, the maximum recovery is $300 under, and then it gives the citation. So that last clause is not relevant, but my reading of it is that the affidavit itself is only controlling as to seeking compensation from a source other than the city of Warwick. And so I don't see a reason why the affidavit would prevent us from granting compensation as to essentially one of two components, and then essentially leaving it open-ended as to the other component if the claimant wishes to come back and be heard on that second of the two items.
Yeah, and for the record, I'm all for finding a way to make it work. I just wanted to make sure we were doing it right.
I thank you, Councilman. I certainly appreciate that interpretation. What I would note is, while we have a set of facts here that's specific to an item and a service, the process anticipates all these things come in one fell swoop, because if it's above a certain level, which in this case it appears it would be unlikely to surpass, but the process, if it were above that 2,500 threshold, it would be subject to being referred to the trust. So that's why I defer that. We don't know what claim could potentially be done, which is why the process asks for it all to come together. I think there's a reasonable interpretation that we could evaluate, but my hesitancy to say we should or could segment and establish that practice is just such that we don't know what the subsequent claims could or should be, and therefore my interpretation of the process is to address it in kind of one fell swoop altogether. But we can evaluate that further.
Any other questions from the council? Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. This debate on this particular claim has been going on for over a year. And what troubles me with this is, in addition to the things I've already mentioned about the contractor registration, et cetera, is the mere fact that for a pothole claim, we put a cap on it for $300. That's for a pothole claim. Here we are, obviously doing due diligence for a mailbox for $1,100, but yet a pothole claim, which could do thousands of dollars damage to a vehicle, we limit to $300. So I think the process here for claims, I think this is something that needs to be revisited and looked at in a different perspective for certain items. It makes no sense to me that we cap pothole damages to $300, but we're going to potentially award $1,000, $1,100 for a mailbox. And I mean, the other issue is, it's not our job as elected officials to present the rationale or the defense to a certain claim. That's up to the claimant. It's the claimant's responsibility to sell their story and present their evidence why something should be awarded. It's not our job. It's no different than an attorney trying to present a defense for or rationale for the prosecution. You certainly wouldn't do that. I think that this council has really done its due diligence in affording an opportunity to the claimant to present their case and rationalize their reasonings for this. So I just think it's time to put this to rest. To me, it doesn't make sense that we cap a pothole damage to $300 and we're going to award $1,100 for a mailbox.
Thank you. Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
comments from the public? Any comments from the public?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we do have a hand raised.
All right.
Caller 8281, please unmute.
Hi, I'm sorry to speak again. I feel like such a bug tonight. I just want to remind you folks that you've discussed this before in the sense of the amount of micromanagement that you give these issues, the amount of time you give these issues, at the amount of chances you give to people who want something from the city, but they don't respond multiple times to give you what you need to make an informed decision. And what you discussed, I don't know, 2 weeks, 4 weeks ago, was coming up with a different form that would give notice that everything has to come in at once. Once the decision is made, that's over with. You don't go out trying to get more info if it's not provided to you. So it's just, from my perspective, you've got a lot of important stuff to deal with, and this shouldn't be at the top of the list. And you've already said yourselves that maybe a different form or format would help resolve some of these things. So I hope somebody does that for you, Finance Committee or somebody.
Thank you for your.
Thank you.
Barbara, right?
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you.
Any other comments from the public?
No,
Any
Mr.
other
Chairman.
comments from the public?
No, sir.
No, sir. All right. So as the chair, I would like I would ask for a motion for the original award amount of $824. Can I have a motion? If it doesn't get seconded, that's fine, but I would like to do that procedurally. Do I have a motion for the award in the amount of $824? Seeing
I'll
no
second.
motion, as the chair, I would ask for a motion in the amount of $424.
Move favorable action in the amount of $424.
Second.
All in favor of Councilman Ricks, seconded by Councilman McElroy. All in favor?
Aye.
So moved. That is the last item in front of public safety. The meeting is adjourned at 8:26.
Next up this evening is the Intergovernmental Committee. This is Chairman McElroy, Councilman Sinapi, Councilman Foley.
It is now 8:26 and the Intergovernmental Committee now comes to order. The first order of business is the acceptance of minutes from the committee meeting held on February 22nd, 2021. Do we hear a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Seconded.
Hear a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
The next is the acceptance of the meetings of the committee meeting held on March 6th, 2021. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Right. The next order of business is PCR 3920. Pull this up. Resolution in regards to a change to the Warwick City Council rules, Rule 30 docketing, to allow that docketed business be heard at either the regular business or the public hearing meetings of the city council. Councilman Lattiser,
Hold the March 22nd.
hold to March 22nd.
Me, tonight's March 22nd.
Today.
That's tonight, sorry.
I'm sorry, April 5th.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lynn. Next is PCR 40-20.
We gotta do the motion.
Need a, thank you, Councilman.
So I'll make a motion to hold Councilman Lattiser's bill as requested.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The next one up is PCR 40-20, a resolution in regards to amending the city council rules. Councilman Sinapi.
All right, so the rules and written revisions somewhat speak for themselves. As a general matter, there's three main buckets going on here. One being the change that Councilman Lattiser saw regarding meetings. And Rule 30, another changing how the consent calendar and finance committee works. And the other main change is capping the amount of time any individual can speak on any one topic. The Rule 30 change is pretty straightforward, and Councilman Lattiser has spoken on it before. It makes sense. And as anyone who has seen some of the meetings in the past couple months, there's been problems that we keep running into just because of the it's somewhat of a silly rule, frankly. And there's no reason for us to keep encountering a problem like that if we don't have to. The consent calendar idea was because I watched all the school committee meetings and how they do their consent calendar when it comes to financial aspects. And it's much more efficient, yet still thorough, still exercise a great deal of oversight. And I've watched them actually more recently actually tweak it again, just in regards to the capped amount, because basically our consent calendar would change into an actual consent calendar where you're agreeing to everything unless you ask questions about it, as opposed to asking questions about every single thing by default. Granted, someone could still do that, but now it's not the default go-to unless it's involved in a certain amount of money. And the school committee has a pretty low cap. They keep changing it because they're working out what works, what doesn't. And now, in fact, they're presented with basically a update of here's all the expenditures we made that don't require your review at the beginning of every meeting. It's the way they're supposed to do it. So that cuts down on what they have to do during the meeting. That's not what I'm asking for here. I'm just mentioning that so people are aware of there's more than one way to do this. And then they cap the amount of time an individual speaks. Most governmental bodies, you'll know, someone can't just sit there and speak ad nauseum forever on a topic because they want to. That's not usually how it works for the sake of actually being able to get business done. The point is so that you say what you have to say and move on and then vote. That's it. Not sit there and argue the same points over and over and over again. It doesn't do anyone any good. And in fact, it hurts the ability for the public to get involved. And as many likely have already come to the realization, the public is actually very helpful. One of the callers today who keeps calling is a great example. Her comments on the Chapter 4 Commission, very helpful. But if we're not able to ever get to that topic in a meeting, she's not really able to participate in it. So to be able to have the ability for these people to participate is very important. And I want people to actually want to see a council meeting and have a reason to see one, as opposed to having none at all, given how we get bogged down in committees when at times we shouldn't. At times we should, as everyone can probably acknowledge, there's certain things that should be discussed. But I can't see really any reason for any one person to talk about any one topic for more than 10 minutes. It's excessive, especially when a lot of our questions can be asked beforehand and we can parse our words to be more concise. So that's my spiel.
Any questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Council President?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Councilman Sinapi, for working on this. I know you put a lot of time and back and forth and watching other meetings and Robert's rules and stuff like that. So I just want to touch on a couple of things that the councilman brought up. Again, I think the consent calendar, well, for the appointments is for one example that we ran into. You know, we were ready to go, but we got to make sure it's right. Little things like that, it's good to tweak. It's just good to keep updated, so we don't get hung up on something like that delayed something for another month because of a rule that we really could change at any time. So I think that's the first bucket. The second bucket on doing the finance committee more of a consent calendar. All this is doing is just gives the chairman the opportunity to present the bid as one whole thing. Any council person can ask a question on any docket, on anything. So all this would do is if he opens it up, any members of the committee have any questions on the bid docket. If someone has a question on item number 3, you can go right to item number 3. You no longer have to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 if you don't want to. if you want to, that is the discretion. No one is taking away any opportunity for any individual to speak on any topic that is before the city council. There's just a number of things, that come up. They come up quarterly. They come up a couple times a year. Things that, we're going to support, but we have to, legally go through. Do we need to take the time and, have a separate vote for that? For example, buying dog food for the animal shelter. No one's going to vote against buying dog food for the animal shelter. We can't buy it in bulk because we can't buy a year's worth because, as they told us in the past, they have no place to store it. And then if you don't want to have that kind of food staying there forever. So it comes up periodically 4 times a year, let's say. If we want to talk about it, the director will be there and call it, but we don't automatically default to having to speak on that. Another example is for the senior center. When they were open, they would come to us at least a couple of times a year when they were purchasing things that they were going to sell in their gift shop, water, coffee, stuff like that. Again, if we have questions, we can pull that out. So all it is just going to give us a little more flexibility, chairman's discretion and the council's discretion. If a member of the council wants to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and asks for that, they can absolutely do that. This just gives the chairman the opportunity to move this forward as one whole consent calendar. Now, as we went through this evening tonight, there was items that we had questions on, items that we wanted to hold. That will continue with this. For example, you would say, item number 5, I'm asking questions. We have additional questions. I would like to pull this off the consent calendar, PCR. Now we're going to talk about that exclusively on its own and vote for it on its own. That is available to all of us as well. Again, this is just another way of thinking about how we can run a meeting. It is not to discourage participation. Anybody can ask a question on each item and go through them all they want. It just gives us the opportunity to look at things as a whole within the finance committee. The third big bucket that we're looking at is, again, just limiting. It's not limiting debate. It's not. It's just putting a formal number on how long we're going to discuss one particular item per person. Now, we had a 3-hour finance committee meeting today, and I don't think any individual spoke for 10 minutes. 10 minutes is a long time to be able to get when you're speaking about one particular item. Again, this is not 10 minutes you have for the whole council meeting. It's per item. You have 10 minutes to give your position, ask your questions, ask follow-up questions. That's the total. I don't think this is something that we're not going to see this called for all the time. Again, we had a 3-hour meeting today. I don't think anybody was close to 10 minutes on that. Robert's rules kind of defaults to 10 minutes per individual. So we're just trying to shore that up for the very, very rare occasion if we're just kind of spinning the wheels, history lessons, and not really moving forward. We just wanted to get the questions asked. We want to get the debate going, and then we need to move forward. We are trying to make these meetings as public friendly as we can. We dive into it. We have a great council here, and we dive into these issues, and we will continue to do that. These are just some tools that just gives us a little more flexibility. But in the grand scheme of things, there is no limiting of debate. There is no stopping of asking questions on any docket. Any council person can bring that up. I want to talk about number 4. I want to make it a PCO. I want to ask these questions. It's just giving the chairs more room on how they want to run their meetings. And it just gives us, again, a framework where we all know that, you have 10 minutes to get your questions asked and answered. And the other thing that I like to point out too is, if this is a council rule, if this was passed, we always have the option of suspending the rules. So if Councilman so-and-so is asking great questions and and we're having a lively debate and people want, the council wants to continue that, and we hit the 10-minute mark, we absolutely can call to suspend the rules to allow that individual to speak, to continue to speak. So this is just giving us a little more flexibility, just gives us a little more options. The way the council meetings have been run, they've been run this way for a long time, the same way, but they don't always have to run the same way. So we're just looking at that, and I thank Councilman Sinapi for putting these ideas forward so we can have a discussion, again, in public for everyone to weigh in on. So thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
This meeting. Any other questions from the council? Councilman Lattiser?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have any questions, but I do have a lengthy statement. I can remember members of the city council criticizing the school committee for limiting comments from the public. I disagree with the comments that have been made here on this item. And I find this to be the most egregious and outrageous attempt at muzzling certain council members, namely myself, and members of the community. There are means in place already that if a member of the city council or a member of the committee feels as though they've spent enough time on an item and are more interested in moving on, you can call a vote. You can do that anytime you please. You can call the vote. To limit the time, or at least to attempt to limit the time that an elected official can speak on an item, any item, that is just beyond belief. We are elected by the people to represent their interests and to protect their interests. I don't think any member of the public is going to say, I want you to represent my interests, but I'm only going to give you 10 minutes to present the arguments or to speak on my behalf. This flies directly into the face of Mayor Picozzi's position on transparency. It's about debate. It's about open debate. It's not about limiting someone from asking questions, from digging into the issues, from going through the facts, from digging into the numbers, etc. I'm elected by the people in Ward 5, and they expect me to do what I need to do to represent them properly. I don't expect to be on a time clock. I don't expect anyone to ring a bell when they feel that I have exhausted my rights to speak. This is just another attempt, in my opinion, this is another attempt to muzzle discussion and debate on the matters. That's what a governing body does. We have discussions, we have debates, we have the right to agree and disagree. And we certainly have an obligation to divulge, to bring out, to discuss all of the items, all of the issues that may affect a particular item. There's no time limit put on that. There's no time limit put on good governance. I don't care how long I have to sit in a council meeting. And this isn't the first time that some of you have heard me say this. I've been on this council now 9 years, going on 9 years. I don't care whether I get done at 8:30 or I get done at 11. What matters is when we are completed, do I feel that I have properly represented the people that have elected me? Have I done everything that I possibly can in presenting the issues pro or con for a particular argument? And I don't expect to be muzzled. I don't expect to have a time clock put on me saying, okay, you've reached your 10 minutes, your discussion is over. Because if this passes, that's what you're going to be doing. And that's going to require a unanimous consent to suspend the council rules to allow someone to speak a little bit longer. And good luck with this come budget time. Good luck when you come to contracts and putting a 10-minute time frame on how long an elected official can speak. And you know what? Maybe even more important, how a member of the public, how the voters, how the taxpayers, how much time they're going to have to speak about a contract, whether they're in favor or they oppose it, or a budget, whether they're in favor or whether they oppose it. This is more about getting to the end of a council meeting than it is about asking the questions and having the open discussions and dialogue. And if it means that I need to sit into that council meeting to 11:30, 2 months a year, 2 meetings a month, with 2 months of the year normally, 1 meeting a month, then so be it. I didn't run for office to take on the issues and be limited to a 10-minute discussion, whether or not it makes sense. And we may have a differing of opinion on that, and that's fine. At the end of the day, what counts is, what do the voters say? This councilman is not looking to have any dialogue restricted, muzzled, stopped, cut short in any fashion, nor for the members of the public. They elected us to serve them. They didn't elect us to put a time limit on how much they can input into their representation. They didn't elect us to say, see how fast you can get out of that city council meeting. I don't think that's what happened. I don't think that's what occurred. That's not what the people in Ward 5 are telling me. So I will, in spite of the fact that one of my suggestions is in this package, I will be voting a definite no on the changes of these council rules if those two items, which are item 17 and item Rule 20, Rule 17 and Rule 20, which in my opinion are just an outrageous attempt at muzzling the elected officials in the city of Warwick, and again, even more importantly, muzzling or putting a time clock on the very people that we're elected to represent. And keep one thing in mind. They who elect can certainly choose to unelect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman. Any other questions from the council?
I have some comments and questions.
Councilman Sinapi,
Councilman Gebhardt was waiting before me, though. You should go first.
Council Gabot.
Thank you, sir. I'd like to thank Sinapi, Councilman Sinapi, for taking the time to spearhead this. Anytime you make a change into something, that's been in place for some amount of time, obviously you're gonna stir up feelings and open up the floor for debate. So I think this is good. There are several, I think the docketing change makes a lot of sense. It reduces the amount of time between things. And I know this year we've already run into procedural issues where we couldn't hear one thing or another because it hadn't been docketed for a new business meeting. And so I think that addresses a clear and present issue that we've actually dealt with. I am in support of the component specific to appointments. I mean, as we know, it seems as though, I won't say this definitively, but it seems as though the appointment process has not always been followed sort of to the letter of what we see. And we're doing a much deeper review into that. But, when there are members who have appeared before us, I don't think it's necessary to call them back, except in the case where any particular council member may have, questions or want to speak to that potential appointee. Again, I think that's a good change. In terms of the finance docket in the changes to the consent calendar, or making it quote unquote, I believe as the councilman from Ward 8 pointed out, a true consent calendar. I don't. It'll be interesting to see in practice how much time this actually saves us. I do think that there's just there's an amount of process that goes into making each decision that I think the consent calendar is meant to consolidate. And with that said, there will likely be several items on that consent calendar that get pulled off, and so will be assigned to PCR. I think that process is, relatively efficient and gives everyone sufficient opportunity to call out items that need follow-up. It was interesting in our last meeting, we had a similar situation with appointments where we had whatever it was, 25 or something that made it to the council floor. And I believe it was Solicitor Walsh who said, hey, or maybe it was someone else, I won't quote who that was, but someone made the suggestion that we vote on them in a bundle. And although that wasn't defined in the rules by the acceptance of a plurality of the body here, we were able to make that a decision just in the interest of expediency and efficiency. And I don't think that in any way abstracted the public's ability to understand what was going on, or any council member's ability to ask questions. And so, I'm not opposed to that. I think we should look at it though, because if we are pulling out every item and assigning a PCR to it, as a matter of course, then the intent of this is to save us a little bit of time, I think, in the committees. Not that the goal is to finish fast. There's no records that we're going for here, but it may just make the work of the important work of the council move through a little bit quicker. In terms of the matter that the gentleman from Ward 5 raised, relating to the limit of public comment and of testimony, I can see this one two ways. One is that if you go all the way to the top of our rules, to line 27 and 28, we set out forth that we set aside some rules that are specific to our body, yet we conform to Robert's Rules of Order as a sort of a standard. And in Robert's Rules of Orders, there are limits to the amount of debate that can happen on a particular item. Members are limited. This is a little bit more limiting in that Robert's rules would allow 2 10-minute speeches on an item, whereas this is essentially 2 5-minute speeches, or one 1-minute speech and 1 9-minute speech, but 10 minutes cumulative. So maybe it's a little bit too restrictive in that regard, because even today, if someone were to go on beyond their 2 10-minute speeches, it would be the right of the chairman of of whatever committee, or if we're in full session, to ask for that member to hold, because it is essentially already included in our rules. So I don't know that this makes a huge change, other than by just sort of shrinking that allotted time limit. I wonder how we then police this. I don't know if Solicitor Walsh is going to get a stopwatch and put us on the clock. I think this is really meant to prevent sort of an elongated like filibuster of sorts, where we're just running the clock maybe to get to the end of the meeting to avoid tackling some issue that's before us or something like that. I have personally, in my I don't know, maybe it's 71 days on this established body, have not seen evidence of that as an issue. I think that council members complete their comments within a reasonable amount of time. But maybe this is, anticipating something that I haven't yet had the opportunity to see. But I do think that we would have recourse if it became excessive, by invoking Robert's rules. I also think in terms of public comment that it would be at the discretion of the chair as to how much public comment we want to allow. And that could be modified depending on the topic and could go longer. Also at the top in page 1 up at lines 29 and 30, we already have in place that a decision could be overturned by the majority of the members present. So there is, again, the ability to extend that dialogue or that debate with majority if I forget, I think Council President McAllister said, hey, Councilman Sinapi's making really great points. This is excellent dialogue. We should continue on it. So I'm still a little bit undecided on whether that one is required, because we can still achieve the same end with or without it by a difference of 10 minutes. I don't think that there's any intent in here that's directed at any one specific person. I think that the objective of a lot of the work around process has been, how do we make the meetings more predictable, more inclusive, and thus spend more time on the really important work that's before us. And I think that in itself, it's not about how quickly can we get out of this meeting because, I've got something exciting to do after this. It's how do we make sure that we get to the meat of the lineup of whatever's before us for that night with enough left in the gas tank to debate it with the full vigor and passion that each one of us bring to the table, and is the reason that all of our constituents elected us. So I think we can still be transparent. We can still allow dialogue. We can still allow discussion. We already have the ability to limit things. Calling it out specifically and having the conversation here, I think, is healthy because it allows people to express their varying points of view on it. How many minutes do I have left? I'm just kidding. So I think I'll leave it at that for now. But I definitely would like to hear more, and I'm sure there'll be some public comment because I've heard from members of the public today on this one as well. And I think that there was some fear that this was an effort to tamp down inclusivity and access to make people's thoughts heard. You know, I would put out that, you know, what I think we all would appreciate is taking the time to identify the line of questioning or the line of objection or support, and packaging it in the most clear and concise way for the benefit of everyone who's listening and everyone who's watching. And, you know, I think the instances where it takes more than 10 minutes to express one's position on a matter would be extreme, because if one has thought about something in advance and come prepared with their thoughts, then it should be reasonable to finish in such an amount of time. But that may not always be the case. I'm sure there will be some complex matters that come before us. And so that's what I have to add for this evening. And I thank you for the time.
Councilman McElroy, you're muted. Chairman McElroy. Oh, there you go.
Councilman Sinapi.
So yeah, a couple things. First, well, like I said before, what I was going to say, that was a very, very good summation of some of the things I wanted to say, and it might be like the best speech I've heard in a while on the council. But moving past that, if possible, if people could refrain from assuming this is meant to be something negative, it's not. My body of work will show you that I aim to make things more efficient and better, not the opposite. Consistently, that's what I aim for. I think I've made that clear throughout, and I think my efforts have made that clear throughout. And many people might not know, but other governmental entities limit time accordingly. General Assembly, Congress, like this isn't news. This isn't a new practice. It's meant to force people to bring their issues, bring them clearly and concisely, and let that be that. Let people decide. But in our case, us decide how we feel about it, or in the case of when we want to help our colleagues or convince our colleagues, try to convince them. That's it. It's not meant to be a platform where someone could filibuster. And unfortunately, we've had some instances where it was debatable what one person's intent was or other people's intent was during our last session. Not by last session, I mean last meeting, I mean last iteration of this council. And having this rule in place will kind of eliminate that ambiguity, because frankly, if someone wants to talk on something more, they just say, hey, I want a motion to suspend the rules, and here's why. And that's that. There's no, oh, I wanted to filibuster one of that. It's like, no, they just said why they needed more time. They were clear about it. No one can sit there and, assume what their intent was. It was all laid out. And I think it's true that there'll be some things we might need more time on, but I've been on the council, this is maybe my third year or so. I've never seen a vote no, I don't think, on asking for everyone's consent to suspend the rules, except one. That's a lie. I did see one recently. And that was over, I forget what it was, but it wasn't something we were trying to debate ad nauseum. It was something we were trying to debate that we normally couldn't or weren't even allowed to. Not, we wanted more time. I did speak to the clerk about how this would work timing wise to make sure it was even feasible, because I didn't want to suggest something that we couldn't even implement. Also, Councilman Gebhardt's absolutely right about Robert's rules. Part of what I want to do is kind of codify things, because frankly, having to reference 3 different sources for your rules or your procedures is kind of gratuitous and unwieldy. And at a certain point, it's not really plausible to expect a council person or a member of the public to be able to keep track of everything when there's all these different sources. And it's not fair, frankly. It should, as much as possible, we should seek to kind of put everything in one spot. And the reason why I did the same limitation for the members of the public is because if you look at our rules, we often put the same standard we apply to ourselves to the members of the public. And I want to make sure we continue to do that and to be consistent in that regard. And nothing stops members of the public from submitting things in writing, because they have done before and they can do so again. I will say comparing this to any limitation by the school committee is somewhat of a red herring, because those who actually attend school committee meetings know that their previous limitations were like a minute, 2 minutes tops, and you were done. And now more recently, you don't speak at all, actually, it's just by letter. So it's not a fair comparison by any means. It's by comparing oranges to bazookas. This is not accurate. Let's see. Because in addition to asking for unanimous consent, if you wanted more time, you can ask for the chair's appeal of the chair's rule, just like Councilman Gephardt said. You also can just table an item and say, hey, I think we should talk about this more. And we've done that. We did that tonight. It is not a new concept to us. So I think people are kind of getting lost in the details. They're kind of jumping at their knee-jerk reactions to what this seemingly is, when it's something solely to help us as a council. And while some might think that this hurts members of the public, and that means they haven't been getting all the calls and the complaints that I get, where people are mad that they cannot participate because the meetings drag for, in their eyes, seemingly no reason. Granted, that's often not the case for us as far as there is a reason. But if you're a member of the public and you listen to a person speak for over a half an hour on the same thing, it's not unfair for them to have that opinion. I get it. I don't blame them. And frankly, we should kind of hold ourselves to a higher standard as far as we should not need an excessive amount of time to say, I disagree with you. Here's why I disagree with you. That's it. Attempt to convince someone with your basis, your beliefs, and your rationale. That's it. It shouldn't be more complicated than that. And we make it more complicated. And I'm not even saying in particular. I do it too. I might be doing it right now. We don't need to be doing that. It's not necessary. We should learn. We should get better. We shouldn't use the same old status quo that has led to kind of getting bogged down. Last session, we had what, a 3-4 meeting backlog at one point, all because we started to debate things ad nauseum and just go around in circle. And people said the same thing again and again. It's like, look, I get it. You don't agree with me. Fine. Move on. Have a vote. And unfortunately, you can't always move and force a vote, whether we like it or not. It's not always possible. You can't always rely on a chair to do this kind of stuff without a rule being in place. Those might recall sometimes we had to use rules in the last session against the chair's will, but we did it because the rule was there. But without a rule, much more difficult, if not impossible. This makes that doable.
I think he's done, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I'll try to keep it brief. So I largely agree with the points made by Councilman Gephardt, and I'd like to go a little further on that and also respond to some of the points that Councilman Snappy brought up. I'm certainly not interpreting these suggested rule changes as anything personal against any person, no member of this council. I think that in relation to those various meetings last year where we ended up getting significantly backlogged, was it 2 years ago? Either way, there were quite a lot of particular circumstances that led to that. And I think that the whole situation could have been addressed better, but I don't think that this particular rule change would be a particularly good way to solve that previous problem. Without getting into any more depth on that, because it's something of a moot point, I think that the proposed solution would end up actually causing that sort of issue to become worse, not better. Right now, and I believe that if memory serves, Councilman Snappy has actually made a motion to move the question in the past. That is an avenue for us if a majority of the council were to feel that one of our members is filibustering, then that filibuster, so to speak, could be shut down by effectively first the decision of the council president, and then if the decision of the council president is appealed, then it's a vote of the majority, as opposed to this method, which would essentially allow any one of the 9 members to cut off discussion, even if 8 out of 9 members felt that it was productive and needed. And then we would be in a bit of a tough spot, because that particular provision would require unanimous consent to get passed. It may also tend to slow down the meetings, if anything, because I'm not sure the exact method by which all of this would be enforced, but someone would have to keep a timer, and then just like we have under the Rule 41 public comment period, there would tend to be questions of, okay, was that 3 minutes already? Was that 10 minutes already? We see that all the time with the Rule 41 public comment. There's questions about exactly when the clock starts. And then if we get into that situation where instead of just letting the person speak and finish at their own pace, a person might just need another 30 seconds or a minute to wrap up, but instead we end up engaged in a 5-10 longer minute dialogue on whether that person has a minute left on the clock or not, especially if we're getting into a situation where a person is speaking on a particular item before the council for a third time. The math on it all, to handle all of that in real time, would become quite complicated. And then there we are in a situation where one member could dictate, as opposed to a majority of the council, setting the standard of, okay, we're going to cut off this one particular member. And so I think that standard of one member having that power to stop another member, only one member, is an issue. But I think that at that larger point of how can we make this more convenient, more expedited, I think that getting back to that last point, if we were to implement this sort of rule, then we would see at practically every single city council meeting the rule being invoked. And then, well, especially around budget time, but on various other items too, where there's the back and forth discussion, then that would trigger perhaps a roll call, or otherwise it would trigger an interruption. And then that interruption, of course, takes time. And then it also has the effect of making that speaker lose their train of thought a bit. So I think that for all of those reasons, that particular cutoff would be counterproductive. And also, to the original point, it would be unnecessary because we already have a means by which to stop the discussion, which Councilman Snappy has employed in the past in moving the question and forcing a vote through that manner. And then that particular point ultimately would be decided by a majority, a simple majority of the council members present. I think that outside of that particular point as to limiting members of members of this council from speaking, as to limiting members of the public from speaking, I think that if we were to impose that standard on members of the council, it would be appropriate to impose that same standard on members of the public, subject to that same standard of when we would suspend those rules. However, I think that because it would be inappropriate to impose the standard on members of the council, it would similarly be inappropriate to place that same standard on members of the public. So the other reason why I think that standard of 10 minutes is inappropriate for members of the public is that we may on occasion have members of the public who it should be entirely appropriate for that member to speak for longer than 10 minutes. And we don't want to throw politics into that equation by effectively allowing any one council member to cut off that one member of the public at the 10-minute mark. But beyond that, even setting the standard of 10 minutes as a general rule may be inappropriate. It could be that there are certain items where, although it doesn't happen very often, let's say that there's an item that comes up where literally 50 people are interested in speaking. On that occasion, especially if it's the sort of item where we're not talking about the sort of item where a few particular people may have particularly long speeches that are thoroughly appropriate to be made, but instead the type of high-profile legislation that, say, we may see at the General Assembly for the state. In those circumstances where 50 people may sign up to speak, and then that particular committee sets its own time limits. Oftentimes it's 3 minutes, and everyone knows going in at the beginning that, okay, 50 people are here, the committee doesn't want to be here for 12 hours, we're going to set 3 minutes, and therefore we're going to finish up this hearing within about 3 hours. But if we have it in the rules, setting a standard of 10 minutes, then people may expect that. And so on those occasions where it would be entirely appropriate for there to be that mechanism of setting the speaking time to a shorter amount, then this may also be counterproductive. And on the other hand, where there are those occasions where it would be entirely appropriate for a few members of the public to speak for 15 minutes, and then we have, say, 4 members of the public speak for an hour, well, we would be in that opposite circumstance where we would then need unanimous consent to allow for that to happen. So for those reasons, while I think that the great majority of the proposed changes here, I'm certainly willing to support. I think that a lot of these updates that really we haven't been talking about at length are needed. And I'd like to thank Councilman Snappi for putting in a great deal of time and energy into looking into all of these different items, discussing them with the city clerk, with I imagine the council solicitor as I'm going through some of these comments as well. That particular item on limiting the debate and having that particular standard as the default as opposed to our current practices is something that I can't support. Thank you.
Any other members from the council? Any questions from the public? Councilman Lattiser?
Councilman McElroy, myself and Councilman Lattiser had our hands up.
Councilman,
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Councilman Howe? The
Thank
floor
you.
is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I would like to say just very quickly, as the chairman of the Finance Committee, I would support this in a new way of approaching the docket items. There are some items that need to be addressed that deserve the time and the effort that we put into it, and we put effort and time into everything. And there are some things that we can feel that we can go at it. This is not a new system. This is, as it's done, it's a docket session, so we can have a discussion on the entire docket. I would support that. As also the limit for speaking, I can tell you that I get a completely different, and I get it a lot, I get a completely different response from the amount of time that discussion goes on in the council. I often invite many of my constituents to listen in and to because they'll ask me questions and I'll say, this will be coming up, or we'll be discussing this. Recently, I had a question about how does the city handle paving? How does that work? And how is it divided? And I said, well, we're going to be discussing the budget when it comes up. And then, of course, we always have discussion and people asking about the budget. And I always welcome them to join in. And I can tell you without question, I am constantly being told that was too painful. That went way too long. And quite honestly, since we're having an open discussion, as we should be having, there's always that, it just seemed like the meeting was hijacked. It just seems like the conversation just kept going in the same, the same people. I lost track of it. It was going here, it was going there. And it's just one of those things where you're trying to get the business and get people involved. I heard it plenty of times in the council chambers the last 4 years that I've been on the council, as we all have. We don't fill the council enough. There's not enough people that come to the chambers. Well, one of the reasons, and I agree with the council president and Councilman Sinapi on this, one of the reasons why people aren't coming into the chambers is because they're sitting there for hours and committees go beyond late, and then they end up losing. I mean, how many things in the public safety committee do we have to, because the people leave, they end up going. I commend the council president for going ahead and changing it where we stop committees and start the meeting at 7, but then we have to go back to committees. This is a new way of trying to streamline and to try to get the people, all citizens, not the select group, not the party chairs, not all citizens, to come in and to have a say and to try to say something that they want to say. And that's, so I think that this is good. I've reviewed it. I like the discussion that came on. It doesn't limit discussion. It just controls the meeting. It controls the meeting, gets the main points out, gets the information out, and it still gives us, per Robert's Rules of Order, it still gives us the ability to go ahead and have open and honest discussion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilman Lattiser, did you have a question?
I'll defer to Councilwoman Travis first. She hasn't spoken on this, and I'll speak after, please.
Sorry, I didn't see you, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Councilman Lattiser. And that's one point I was going to bring up. I'm not too crazy about limited this 10 minutes either. The people put us there to speak, and I mean, I don't do that much talking on the council. I got a lot of my answers done early. Tonight was one night, was an exception. I had something to say. But if I have something to say, I want to be able to say it. One thing that I think, and Council President can agree with me, I know he's doing a good job with it, but when there's discussion going on and the council people are speaking, you make sure that everyone gets a chance to speak first before you go back to someone else. That is definitely something that's got to be done. I always said that. And then if you have to go back to another councilman again, you got to make sure they're saying you're not going to be repeating yourself. We're not going to be hearing the same thing over and over. And we don't, and I know when I was president, I didn't allow people to go back 3-4 times because we got to get it done, but we got to get it done right. And we just want to be able to say that person should be able to speak, whether it's 3 minutes, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, whatever it is, get their message out. Now, sometimes somebody else speaks and now that person wants to counteract. All right, if he has a point and it's not going to be repeating himself, great. But if you're going to keep going back and forth, then I agree, well, that's not right. And you've got to put a hold to that. But I think, we're here to get the answers and to communicate with each other. But to say 10 minutes and then, you're done. I seen this done in a private meeting where they try to do that. And let me tell you, it didn't work. The president at the time said that whoever was doing the speaking only could speak 5 minutes, and anybody who counteract only had 3 minutes. Well, you know what? We lost around 10 or 15 members because if you want to be able to talk at the meeting, you want to be able to have that interaction and get back to get the information. It didn't work at the private meetings with one of the groups I belong to. They left. They didn't want to hear that. So, but I think 10 minutes, putting a time limit on it isn't the best thing to do. Just have rules that say, and the president's right there, he can do it. Is that right? We weren't going to go back to you, but this is your last time. Just make sure you get all your points out now because we're not going back again. we're gonna continue to go forward with other stuff. So thank you.
Councilman Lattiser?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So three things. One is I would like to request a PCR on Rule 17 proposed change, as well as a PCR on Rule 20 proposed change. And having made that request, if everyone is so concerned about having these committee meetings not interrupt the council meeting, but yet affording adequate time to get through the committee meetings, why don't we go back to what used to be? I know nobody wants to hear history. I've heard the comment, but yet I've also listened to a lot of people this evening regurgitating history when it's convenient. But let's go back to history when the city council used to have the committee meetings on a separate night. Why don't we talk about doing that? But in the interim, I'm requesting a PCR number be put on Rule 17 and Rule 20, because I would agree that there are some good points in the proposed changes in this particular book of business. And I don't particularly want to have to vote no on the entire package, because there are some things in here that I think are good changes. So I'm requesting a PCR be assigned to Rule 17 proposed change, as well as Rule 20.
This is a point of order, Attorney Walsh. That basically requires what, a motion to amend? I don't even know how you could split it into three. I mean, it was noticed.
So I guess taking it in two parts. The request to segment out or have these items voted separately. I guess right now we're in the appointments committee on a PCR itself. The PCR itself is the entirety of the rules, or it's replacing the rules of the committee in its entirety. I'm not sure a PCR is the appropriate mechanism to segment it out. We could either, other approaches could be to vote on rules independently and then come back to a vote on the totality. The committee could take efforts to recommend amendments, but as we're all familiar, the action by the committee is a recommendation to the council of what to do. Any change to the underlying PCR that we're actually looking at needs to be addressed by the full council item by item. So for the purpose, and since this evening we're not following up on those items with an immediate vote, we could either, at the pleasure of the council, take it as different recommendations that will be forwarded to the full council for the next meeting, or wait for the council to itemize amendments that want to be debated by the different members. But for the sake of where we're at right now, it's the committee making recommendations to the council on the the replacement rules. So I'm not sure we would want to separate it into a different PCR. If the committee wants to make recommendations to the underlying item that's before us, that's certainly within the purview to move them in their entirety or to recommend changes there too. But the full council will have the ability to address the entirety and or vote by segments at the appropriate time that it's being considered before them.
All right, so Bill, what we could do is we could pass this now. And then obviously at the next meeting, when it goes before the full council, the council could make any amendments that they wanted to it.
With that, Mr. Chairman, I would remind that this committee is the appropriate venue for any item that may be formally considered in such a way. So public comment would need to occur prior to any action thereto this evening, along those lines.
So what we could do, we could still have the public comment tonight and then move it on to the full council, couldn't we?
It's within the discretion of the committee to take whatever action it recommends after that public comment occurs.
Okay. Councilman Foley?
My only point here is this. I would make a motion to hold, and the reason being is this. We have been in committee since 5 o'clock tonight. If a constituent came to the committee meetings to hear this item and to speak on it, they will have been waiting 4.5 hours. Some of those people probably got off. So if we hold it, it allows for the public comment again on the April meeting when we have committee meetings again, to Mr. Walsh's point, or the council point, that if we're going to have public comment on this very important issue, we might have lost some of those constituents who wanted to speak because they didn't want to wait 4.5 hours to speak on this very important issue.
Okay, Councilman, would you like to make a motion on that?
I would, well, again, just point of order, I think you need to ask for public comment first before we make a motion on this item.
So
Bill,
just to refresh the recollection, the Open Meetings Act does not require a public comment period at this time. Our rules do indicate that we entertain public commentary prior to formal consideration by the committee. The committee is the appropriate venue. It's at the discretion of the committee to entertain that commentary at this time if a motion to hold is coming. Earlier this evening, we did on some items entertain public comment, on others we haven't. It's really at the discretion of the chair and the committee at the time that they're considering it.
Chairman McElroy, if I may.
Thank you. But I would make a motion to hold to the April 5th meeting.
Mr. Chairman, I have my hand raised.
Yeah, so did Councilman Sinapi. Councilman Sinapi?
To Councilman Foley's point, he's not wrong. My concern is, and this meeting highlights it, we're going to keep having this exact problem when it comes to trying to get participation on this in the public. For instance, next meeting is already chock full of issues and things for us to discuss. We'll have possibly a worse situation in this regard. And we're going to keep having that more likely than not, especially with budgets coming around. I don't think you're wrong. I think you're absolutely right. We'll lose people, and we probably already have. I mean, I know we've had these 2 particular attendees with their hands up since we started the discussion. So that's a good sign. We didn't lose them, at least. I wouldn't be surprised if we lost others, but because we're going to keep seeing this every meeting, potentially, putting it off for that reason, I don't think does us any service. I know at least some constituents, I've actually been getting some emails during the meeting saying, hey, you should look at this. And one I got, in fact, says, pointed out something interesting where the way we kind of do it now with time limits, it's not exactly, what's a good way to put it? Well, it's not exactly a good idea because sometimes we're somewhat arbitrary, where certain people will have talked for a while and like, look, you've talked for long enough, but there's no real standard. We're just winging it. As the article this person sent me points out, you actually have to, if you're going to have a policy where you limit somebody, it has to be equal across the board, not just willy-nilly, you get this many, you get this many, because I feel like it in this moment. If people are really concerned with the time limit, my suggestion would be either one of 2 things. Either A, try the 10-minute time limit, and if it doesn't work, we change it. That happens. People do that. I watch the school committee change things all the times after they try and they say, you know what, that didn't work. I don't like it. We're changing it. That's okay to do. Like we're not perfect. We don't pretend to be. And some of this stuff we actually have to try to see if it works. And I'm not by any means asserting that this is the one saving grace that'll fix everything. Because as Councilman Ricks pointed out, maybe it'll make things worse, but maybe it won't. We won't know unless we try it rather than debate it ad nauseum. My other suggestion, alternatively, if people find the 10 minutes unpalatable, to do 20 minutes, because then all we're doing is codifying what was already the rule. Because I don't think we should walk away from this without codifying it one way or another. My preference is to do the 10 minutes to try it, and if it doesn't work, get rid of it. Based on at least several of my colleagues, they also are okay with 10 minutes, but several of you are not. So, I mean, I'd rather just find out. I think actually Attorney Walsh pointed out, like, we could just gauge, how does everybody feel about it? If there's not enough majority in favor of the 10, we'll just amend and go with 20 and move on.
Councilman Lattiser.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So to the point of, we've lost some participants in the meeting this evening. I've been paying attention to that this evening pretty closely, actually. We started off with, I think it was like 3 or 4, went to 7, went to 11, and right now we have 12. And those 12 members of the public have been sitting here for 5 hours, as was 4.5 hours, whatever it was. And 2 of them have had their hands up to speak ever since this began. So there's no credence to that people are leaving and people are not attending because the meetings are taking too long, and because people are not attending because they are fed up and because they are disgusted. That's why people are not attending. Certainly one of the 2 reasons.
Point of clarification, are you asserting that Councilman Howe and I lied?
I didn't say that.
Then what are you saying?
I didn't say that. You're putting words in my mouth, Councilman Sinapi.
That's why I asked
I'm giving you
for point of
my opinion.
clarification.
I'm giving
What
you
are
my
you
opinion.
saying?
I'm giving you my opinion. You gave your opinion. I'm giving you my opinion.
So
as
your
to why
opinion is that no
people
one
don't
is
attend.
not attending due to the
I didn't
length
say
of
no
time
one.
people speak.
Councilman, I would refer to all commentary to be directed through the chair at this point in time.
So, if I may continue on, Mr. Chairman, the issue here right now is whether or not members of the public that have been waiting to speak are going to be allowed to speak. And it's being insinuated that perhaps we should hold this and not allow that because members that were members of the public that were looking to speak have left. They haven't left. They're still sitting there. There's 12 that have been sitting there essentially since the beginning. And they want to speak. So after sitting here for all this time, I think they deserve the right and the courtesy to be heard. And you know what? If at the next meeting, if they want to be heard again, so be it. That's what governance is about. It's about the voice of the people. Thank you.
Okay, any questions from the public?
Oh, Councilman McElroy, if I may.
Councilman Ricks.
Thank you, Chair. Briefly, on a point that hasn't been specifically addressed in my previous speech, I would suggest that there are some alternative ways to address the problems that are being raised by Councilman Howe and Councilman Sinapi. I know that Councilman Lattiser had brought up the idea of having the committee meetings on a different night from the full council meetings. I would also say that you look back a few years and there were times that we had the finance committee meetings on a separate night. So that could help to accomplish the purpose of not having some of the various committee meetings where members of the public are often attending, like appointments, public safety, and so on, being delayed by the finance committee meeting. I'm certainly not going to suggest that the finance committee meet after appointments or public safety, because those can certainly go on for quite a while as well at times. And I know that an important reason why finance meets first is because we have many department heads, directors, city employees who we don't want to necessarily keep all of them, especially when we're talking about a dozen or more people who are typically there for the finance committee meetings, having to be there late into the evening. But I think that the simple solution is to have the finance committee meetings on a different night from some of those other committee meetings. Similarly, generally speaking, we have more members of the public, and this is not to paint everything with one coat, but typically the public safety and appointments committees tend to have more members of the public there to speak on particular items, and those, well, in short, I would suggest that moving the times of the public safety and appointments committees so that they are both held before the ordinance and intergovernmental committees may also help to satisfy some of those concerns. Similarly, we can also take some steps when it comes to, just as the council president has typically been enforcing the new practice of cutting to the full city council committee meeting right at 7 o'clock. I think that we can take similar actions at times when it comes to the public safety or appointments, or I know we've done this in the past too with the committee that I chair when it comes to the public hearings, so that we don't have the stenographer who's being paid kept waiting as well. So I think that there are a number of different solutions here. And for the reasons stated earlier, I think that the 10-minute limit would tend to be more counterproductive than productive. So I would suggest that we have a motion to amend PCR 40-20 to remove those changes to, I believe it was rules 17 and 20, and then be able to vote on the rest of the package and also explore those other routes. The one other item that I would bring up is that when it comes to the standard of the unanimous consent, I think about, I believe it's, I'm going to have to flip through this rule packet, but I believe that it's rule 21. Yes, rule 21, the meeting curfew. I remember that there were certain meetings where one of our council members, not naming names, would invoke rule 21 as soon as the clock hit 11:30. And then I know that some of us were frustrated by that, because then it would take unanimous consent so that any other items could be heard, and so that we could actually finish those items that were important to us. But because one member had invoked it, then all the rest of us had to obey that standard. And so for those exact same reasons that many of us felt that frustration back then, I think that imposing the exact same unanimous consent standard when it comes to cutting off any one individual member would not just be counterproductive, but it would also cause those sorts of same issues among the relation of the members of the council. I yield the floor.
Any other questions from the council? Any questions from the public? Did you have something, Vinny?
I did have my hand up. Yeah, I'll make it very brief, but
I've heard that before tonight.
Well, I did run a timer on when I was speaking. It was 12 minutes and 50 seconds. So just to frame this, I I was not trying to do an experiment here, but there was a lot to cover, and I wanted to do to say my piece. And so I think that the 10 minutes may in some cases be restrictive. If I had exhausted my 10 minutes, I would not be able to make the follow-up comment here. So I would just put that out there. I do think we have recourse. And then I just wanted to say one thing in regards to public comment, in support of what Councilman Foley brought up. We do have members who have been members of the public who have been waiting here to speak. And no matter what direction we take, whether it's an amendment or to hold, I do think in the interest of how long we've each had to put our own piece out there, that we should hear them out as well tonight. So I would have no objection to that.
Any other questions from the council? Any questions from the public?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, let the first one up.
Mr. Casella, please unmute.
Yeah, it's Rick Casella again. I agree with Vinny. And from the time that Vin finished, it's been 45 minutes. And we've had input from almost everybody on the council. I think that it's the 10-minute thing is not the how long things take isn't necessarily one individual or one instance where a person will talk for too long, but rather an instance where everybody's coming in with the same stuff. Everyone that's spoken about this has spoken about it in the same, everybody's made the same points, and it's exacerbated this debate. And I don't know that any one person had any more input than was summarized in Vinny's piece, and also by Councilman McAllister before Vinny. And I agree with Councilman Sinapi in that it's very obvious, and I don't mean this I'm not trying to stir up an old pot, but there's definitely an animosity that exists on the council with some of you guys, and that's something you need to work out amongst yourself. And it seems to me that if there was an issue with any one person or any instances where people are going over and exacerbating conversations to the point where people can't hang on any longer, that could have been done in a one-on-one situation, and maybe we wouldn't be having this prolonged debate, and only to have it held. There's other things that slow the meetings down, in my opinion, and I've seen this last meeting. We had 24 of these PCRs come out. 17 of them were held, and we spent at least 3 or 4 minutes on voting to hold. And all. Years ago, and I'm going back to history, but this was I thought a rule that was put in, and maybe someone can check on this, but Council President Bruce Place, God rest his soul, indicated to me at one meeting when I mentioned that one issue kept coming up in every single meeting, it would be held because it wasn't ready. Nothing. And you talked earlier about rules to the docket and how discussions only can pertain to what's on the docket. Many things are on the docket. I think I'm getting the language right, but a lot of stuff's on the docket, and it gets pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed. And I'm asking myself as I'm watching, almost doing a play-by-play. What happened? You didn't do your homework? You don't have it ready? Why is it not ready? Why is it on the docket in the first place? And the argument we made years ago with Bruce Place was that people put stuff on the docket because they want to placate their constituents. And I'm not saying that anyone's doing that, but when you tell your constituent who calls you every day about an issue, oh, it's on the docket, but then you keep on moving it and moving it and moving. No wonder you have a backlog. You spend more time moving, and then we spend another probably 30 minutes a meeting, stopping the meeting so we can say, hey, I want to go on that one. Can I join that? Can I sponsor that too? I don't know if you get points when you sponsor different things. And I know everybody wants to put their 2 cents in on how they feel about certain issues that are important to the public, because I'm being very frank here. It raises your political visibility when you talk about things that people want to hear. And some issues we don't get into too deeply, but there's just a lot of, and it may not only be me, and I'm a political guy, and I don't want this to come off as being telling you guys that you're doing a bad job, because I think you all do a great job. It's a thankless job, and I appreciate every single one of you. I don't care what my politics are, but there's so much time in the meeting that's spent. Add my name to this. Oh, I want to reiterate what he said. I'm 110% in favor of that. I heard that one time because everybody was saying, I love it 90%. I love it 100. And you all line up to say how much you care about an issue that you had no input in, but then, in the council meeting or in these committee meetings, everybody's jumping in. I want to be on that. And there's a lot of time spent on unfinished stuff that you're moving along. I don't know if I'm getting the process or the procedures right, but if something goes on the docket and you're not ready to present it, it should have been pulled before the meeting. And you can say, well, I got to put it on the docket 5 days before the meeting, and then something came up, I couldn't do it. I don't know, but if you're going to take it and move it, you should have an excuse. I should be able to see that your dog ate your homework, because it seems like people put stuff out there and then we get down to 24 and only 17 were docketed. Hold it. I'm not ready. It isn't ready. And that's the stuff that holds a lot of stuff up. It's not one person talking for 10 minutes. That's just my opinion. Thank you all very much for your dedication to City of Warwick. And I hope nobody takes this personally. But I hope you guys that I'm getting on can get together man to man and talk about your differences, because we're looking back into stuff that happened last year. And Councilman Sinapi just kind of passive aggressively lashed out at Councilman Ladislaw, and he did the same thing with Council President Marola last year. So I think that you guys got to try to play nice, and it's obvious to a lot of people that there's some animosity there, and that's going to end. Thank you guys, and have a great evening.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any other questions from the public?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Hi, Rob Cody, Ward 7. Councilman Gephardt, I'm glad that you were doing your experiment with your stopwatch, because I was also doing the same experiment. And yes, you did speak for 12 minutes and 50 seconds, and then an additional 3 minutes and 24 seconds. And Councilman Ricks, you spoke for 10 minutes and 9 seconds, and then an additional 5 minutes and 14 seconds for a total of 15 minutes and 23 seconds. And I have attended this meeting specifically for this subject matter, and I've been on this meeting now for 4 hours and 51 minutes, and I've sat very patiently. So I have absolutely no concerns about any council member that wants to restrict the time. And to Councilman Ricks and to Councilman Gephardt, based upon Councilman Sinapi's initial statement when he brought this up, you had nothing more relevant to say after 10 minutes, right? That's what he said in his initial statement. There's nothing more positive anybody can bring after 10 minutes. So he, in fact, dismissed your point of view, okay? And in my opinion, this is not about moving a council meeting forward. This is about controlling the dialogue. That's all this is about, period. And I'd like to make a comment pertaining to Councilman Ladislaw's statements. I agree with Councilman Ladislaw wholeheartedly. Councilman Sinapi's attempt to restrict the time limit of speaking is an egregious assault on my First Amendment right, and I take that very seriously. And I would say to the junior members of this council that you ought to take a lesson from a senior member such as Councilman Ladislaw, from not only his wisdom and his tenure on this council, but the way he passionately moves to seek out his constituents and their opinions. And I have never seen him rushed when it comes to having his constituents voice their opinion. I think you should all really think about that long and hard. I can tell you, Councilman Sinapi, I've attended far more many council meetings than you have in my years, and I have sat in that audience for hours and hours on end, waiting to speak, waiting to split up the 15 minutes that the residents of the city of Warwick have between all the residents once a month. at the second meeting, with the exception of 2 meetings, 2 months in the summer, where every resident gets to divide that whole 15 minutes, which is ridiculous. Because if I have something to say, which I typically rehearse at my home, and it's going to take me 5 minutes, but now 4 people sign up, guess what? Now the time is cut in half and you can't make your point. A point about Robert's rules of order. These are guidelines. They are not law and they are not ordinance. So when you talk about Robert's rules to order that the council has to abide by, that's nonsense. They are recommendations of procedure, not law and not ordinance. To Councilwoman Travis's point, she spoke about council members making the point over and over and over. And I'm going to give you a specific. When we spoke about the contracts last January, my council member spoke 6 times, and each time he said the exact same thing for a total of 22 minutes. And I listened to it this evening. So when you look at the percentage of time that's consumed by council members using up time versus the amount of time that the general public gets to speak, the amount of time that the council utilizes far outweighs the points and the time that is consumed by the general public. And let me make a couple of other points. There's been many occasions where certain members of the general public have been asked by council members to do research for them, to help them to find out information, to give them some guidance, because again, this is a part-time job, right? And what do? We rely on other people to bring information to the table. And those people spend hundreds of hours of their time on behalf of council members to assist them, right? Out of the kindness of their heart, they take time away from whatever they're doing. And I'm not just talking about myself. There's several people that have done this. And what happens? Now, when it comes time for those people to have discussion, you have the audacity to put forth a possibility of restricting their First Amendment rights. Councilman Sinapi, I would say for the record that I would like you to make the statements that you've made tonight about limiting the speech to move forward to a post-secondary class of civics and see where that gets you. You know where that will get you? That will get you with First Amendment and discrimination actions being taken against you, which I can tell you this right now, and you can take this to the bank. If this council moves forward to restrict the rights of citizens to speak for 10 minutes, I can assure you that I will file a discriminatory act immediately, and I will put the ACLU on alert of what's going to take place. Now, let's take your philosophy to the bitter end. For example, hypothetically, we have an individual, say, for example, who often comes before the council, the esteemed Mr. Sicarci, and he comes before the council representing a land developer. And we want to talk about developing a parcel and changes to zoning. What you're saying is Mr. Sicarci has 10 minutes. That's it. 10 minutes. So in a situation like we had last year, when we were speaking about the new development of Dave's Market and all the concern that the residents had and the parents with the children and the neighborhood, we're going to do that in 10 minutes? Mr. Sinapi, is that what you're going to tell a parent that is concerned about traffic in the neighborhood and the safety of their child, that anything more than 10 minutes is they're not bringing anything positive to the conversation? This is egregious. And I personally am offended that you could do such a thing. This is America. We have the freedom of speech. And all you're trying to do is limit that to move things forward on your agenda. All right? That happened when we jammed through a couple of contracts, all right, recently. What happened then? We wanted to jam through these contracts. We don't want anybody to speak. And you can shake your head like that, right? And during that time, what took place? What took place? The general public was the body that brought to the attention of the council contractual language that was inevitably going to wind up bringing the city into a lawsuit. It was the general public that took the time and disseminated that contract word for word to find out the defects in it, when certain council members had not even read it, and in public were unable to answer any questions of specificity whatsoever. I mean, the general public deserves to be heard. The general public brings really good things to the discussion. And oftentimes the general public has more working knowledge of a particular matter than the council members, whether it be because of their business background or because they're intimately familiar with a particular problem, whether it's zoning. But I can tell you, as a person that has sat in that audience for hours on end, to suggest that you're going to limit my speech, I got to tell you, you're going to have a huge problem. And furthermore, so I guess this also means that when we bring the actuary in to discuss the $800+ million of unfunded liabilities that the city now is holding, that actuary is going to speak for 10 minutes, right? Because the actuary, he can't bring anything positive in any more than 10 minutes worth of speaking. Or when we bring the school committee before the city council during the budget time, during budget hearings, the school department's only going to speak for 10 minutes. Because what you're saying is, if you're going to limit one person for 10 minutes, you need to limit everyone for 10 minutes in every scenario. Otherwise, you're going to get whacked with a discrimination suit. And I will be the first one to file that suit. I mean, this is ridiculous, what's taking place. And I agree with Mr. Casella. I have noticed animosity and quite frankly, some very disturbing things and a condescending tone of voice that's used, which that tone of voice, Mr. Sinapi, was used.
Point of order, he's straight outside the bounds of permissible.
Why is it
for our rules?
Why is that permissible?
Request a ruling by the chair, not you,
Okay,
Mr. Cody.
Mr. Cody. Okay, Mr. Cody, wrap it up. Speak to the issue.
Okay, so my issue is, when Councilman Sinapi made his initial presentation, I felt at your initial presentation was condescending and it insulted me by your tone of voice and how it was presented. Okay, and I think you need to be cognizant of that fact, that when you make a presentation like that, specifically when it relates to freedom of speech, that you're going to offend people. And I'm not sure that you're aware of that. You know, I've been engaged with the city council for a long time, for well over a decade. And I know I'm not the most loved person when it comes to the council, but I have brought a lot of good things to the city council and to the city of Warwick. And I've raised a lot of points that have resulted in some fine tuning of some things that take place in our city. And I couldn't do that in 10 minutes. So if you want to limit some time, I would have no problem if you amended Rule 41, because Rule 41 is problematic when the time is 15 minutes. That's broken up between everybody that wants to speak. And I'll just say this one more time and I'll leave you with this. The reason that I say that is if you said every person that during the open mic is going to get X amount of minutes. Now those people can go and they can tailor their comments to a particular time frame, 5 minutes, for example. When you say it's 15 minutes for everybody and people wait and they prepare, and then when there's 5 people, now you get 3 minutes, and at the 2-minute mark, the clerk interrupts and says 1 minute left, and you lose your train of thought. And then the clerk interrupts and says 30 seconds left and interrupts your train of thought. That's not good. It's not good government. And frankly, most people, when they do speak, like myself, I don't need somebody to tell me I get 30 seconds left because I have my stopwatch running on my clock, on my phone. So I would applaud the comments by Councilman Lattisaw and Councilman Ricks and Councilman Gephardt. And I strongly urge the council in no way, shape, or form to adopt any type of regulation or change rules that have been in effect for generations without a problem. Do not do that. You will be limiting free speech and the rights of people to express themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the public?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Caller 8281, please unmute.
Hi, I just want to say in a very boring kind of way, because I have no opinion one way or the other on this. But my question is, if there is something more controversial that has a lot of back and forth between all the council members and maybe a fair number of people from the public, how does that get counted if it's not a monologue of 10 minutes, but across, you say something and I say something back, and then it goes back and forth with different council people and different public members participating in the same conversation? How would that work in terms of the 10 minutes?
Councilman Sinapi, you want to respond to that?
Sure. So that's what I spoke to the clerk about prior to this. Basically, and she obviously is free to do whatever way she wishes, though. At least one of the ways was that when someone spoke, or rather when they finished speaking, you simply note next to their name X amount of time. And then when they speak again, you add to it over and over and over again accordingly. Do I think it's necessarily the best way long term? No. In fact, I brought up to the clerk then that, hey, if this works out, if we end up liking this as far as having a time limit, then we should figure out a better way of keeping track that's kind of more streamlined, but at least have some way that would work in the beginning, because again, this was meant to be something we try, not settle into and be assured it's going to work forever. So basically a preliminary or I guess a trial run.
Okay, I would just ask you to be open to that, because I want to state that I just had a really good experience with Councilmen Sinapi and Ricks on an advisory committee where for 5 hours they participated in what the issues were to address before the city council in the future. And it was completely collegial and gracious and open to comment. And it took 5 hours, and the work of that committee is not done yet. So, I mean, I was incredibly impressed by the cordiality of that whole meeting. So I'm kind of torn here. I mean, I'm expecting that kind of process would continue. It was such a positive experience.
Barbara, thank you very much. Every comment that you make is always well thought out and expressed. The only thing I would say on this here is Councilman Sinapi has stated, this is a rule that he put in and to see how it goes. It is open to be changed at any point if it seems like it's not working.
Okay.
Thank you very much for talking to us. Any other questions?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Any other questions from the public?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Caller 8487, please unmute.
Yes, this is Roger Duran. I'd like to make a couple comments. A lot has already been discussed, and I agree with a lot of it. Let me preface my remarks by saying I agree with Councilman Lattisaw as well as Councilman Ricks. I thought they gave a lot of good insight tonight into what this is all about and some of the concerns I want to voice. Unfortunately, I've been attending council meetings. My God, Donna Travis and I go back, it's got to be 12, 13 years. I attended my first meeting regarding a budget hearing. Now, let me tell you what my concern is. Obviously, a lot of people have used the word frank. They've bandied that word about tonight. So let me share with that. My concern is when I attend meetings, and I started to attend meetings, I really was concerned about the lack of financial questioning that was done by council members. And I felt the taxpayers were going to have to step in and ask some of the pointed questions to former Mayor Avedisian, as well as the people who came in before budget time, actuarials and the like. So let me take a walk down memory lane, if I could, for a few minutes. I can still remember, and I really remember it like it was yesterday, the great job Steve Marola did when he questioned the actuarial regarding our health insurance. It must have taken at least 20 minutes to a half hour, very well spent. And what he finally got divulged by the actuary, that there is no way the city can meet its mark of paying off our $300 million health care liability. And the only way he was able to do that is what would they call in the trade question down. Took 30 minutes. Under this scenario, that's not going to happen. He's going to be limited, or any council person that is going to be limited to 10 minutes. Let's look at another scenario. This happened with the fire department a year ago, December. I wasn't at the meeting, but I heard about it. There are 3 councilmen on there, council right now, I'm not going to mention names, they know who they are, wanted to fast forward that meeting. Friday night meeting was called. We got to get this thing passed. Taxpayers were given a limited amount of questioning time. So let me ask a rhetorical question. I wonder if those 3 councilors, and they know who I'm talking about, would be able to ask the question right now, how much the fire department last year, I'm talking calendar year 2020, how much their overtime was. Because it was heralded that contract was going to save the taxpayers a lot of money. Well, let me just answer the question because I did a freedom of information request.
The
fire department,
Open Meetings Act, if not also Rule 19. This is very much off topic.
How is this off topic? I'm talking about
This
why
is
the
for the chair to
taxpayers.
decide, sir.
As a refresher, through the chair, just a reminder of Rule 17 asks that people confine their remarks to the question under debate and avoid making personal attacks on others. The question before us is the amendment to the rules of the council.
Was that directed at me or is that directed at the chair?
I think it's directed at all of us. So could you please limit your comments to the rule? You don't have to give a commentary on all things that are not particular to it.
Well, I'm just talking about the reason why we have to go beyond 10 minutes. That's the reason for I'm giving you examples of why we have to do it. So that's why I'm not going to go over it and do a lot of things other people meant. I thought I'd give you actual examples. That's what I'm trying to do. So let's move on. It's 5.7 million, by the way. Let me give you another example. I happened to do this. When Avedisian was mayor, he instituted lifetime prescription drugs. Nobody from the council asked a question. Nobody. This goes back 10, 12 years ago. Nobody even asked a question about it. I went up and questioned the mayor. And after 20 minutes, I finally got the answer was that year was going to be $1 million. Last year was 4.2 and growing. But again, it had to be a taxpayer who asked the question. By the way, I'd rather not do it. But I did my homework. I didn't just come in off the street. I did my homework and asked an appropriate question. Another example of the 10-minute rule. Let me make this one last brief. We recently had a WSA $7 million bond issue. Now, the people in Governor Francis phase 1 and 2, Governor Francis area could tell you it's a big issue right now with reference to their assessments. There wasn't a lot of questions by the council on a $7 million budget. Appropriation, hardly anything. I had to do the questioning with reference to it. I couldn't even get an answer from the council members how much the total debt of the WSA is. That must have gone on for 20 minutes. I guess under the new scenario, it wouldn't work out. So those are 4 examples. But let me give you the last example where Mrs. Sinapi's regulation or proposal would work out. Former Councilman Bella Wilkinson, she used the city council as a springboard for the General Assembly. She called in the gun lobby. We had people from North Smithfield, Providence, week after week, month after month, and they were allowed unlimited amount of time to speak. So, Mr. Sinapi, that was one of the questions I was going to ask you. You're trying to limit the citizens of Warwick to 10 minutes. What are we going to do if we have another scenario like Miss Bella Wilkinson, who tied up the council for months? Are you going to limit the people coming from out of town maybe to 2 minutes? Because that's not specified here. So in conclusion, it's been very long. Thank you for your time. What I do want to suggest to you, I'm not in favor of this because I don't see the due diligence being done by the council. Not all councilors, some are, but I don't see the due diligence doing in financial matters. And that's why we have close to $1 billion debt in the city of Warwick. Thank you.
Any other questions from the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, hearing none, do I hear a motion?
First, Chair, I have a few comments, then I have a motion.
Okay,
So one, and this isn't the first time I've heard it about being labeled either passive aggressive or rude or angry because I use the rules as they're meant to be used and I cite them as they're meant to be cited. I'm sorry that that's seen negatively. The rules aren't there for that purpose. They're there for a reason. For instance, how I use them tonight. When someone said I said something that I didn't, that's when the rules are meant to be used. That's when I use them against the former council president. That's when I use them tonight again when people got off topic. That's how the rules are meant to be used. That's why they exist. We do not have a sergeant at arms, so someone else has to do it. I'm okay with doing that. Okay? I'm okay with being labeled a bad guy because I want to follow the rules. I'm fine with that. I understand the issue in the comment about the tone. Got that my whole life. I don't even disagree with you. Please know that it is not my intent to have a negative tone or a condescending tone. And if it does happen, it is unintentional. And I welcome you pointing it out so that I may do better and hopefully correct it as best I can. Because frankly, it irks the crap out of me that it happens at all on my part. It's not my intent. Second, First Amendment. The piece that I was sent by another resident ironically shows how the First Amendment would be violated if you arbitrarily apply time limits, which is somewhat what we've been doing up till now. Granted, is what the piece says. Whether or not it's true, I don't know. But that's what it says. And if you think about it, it makes sense because I shouldn't be able to say, hey, Rob Cody, you get 1 minute because I don't like what you have to say. But Rick Casella, I like what you have to say. You get 50. That seems a bit uncalled for, rude, and discriminatory. And that's probably exactly what it is. But if there's one uniform system, then nobody can get taken advantage of that way, whether it be a council person or a resident. Second, as far as telling this to a post-secondary civics class, gladly. That's actually where I learned this, post-secondary education. That's where I learned how government works. And that's where I started doing it as a student government leader. That's where we had limited debate. And that's what made us more effective and efficient. Despite that we were college students, we handled a budget worth a couple $1 million. And we handled it well because we handled it right and we took our time without going overtime. As far as the example with Shikarchi and others, as far as, well, now those people won't be able to use their time. Well, first off, with Attorney Shikarchi, or I should say Majority Leader Shikarchi, those hearings are usually taking place while the rules are suspended anyway, first off. And second off, on things like the actuary or issues with the contracts, obviously we'll be suspending the rules. I can't speak for my colleagues, but I think it's a pretty safe bet. And if it wasn't, and it didn't happen, you'd be right to vote that person out. That's how it works. That's fair. But the point of this whole system is checks and balances. Is to have checks and balances on every aspect, not just the aspects you like. Okay, and not just the aspects you don't like. In this case, it does both. It puts checks on council people from taking advantage of the system as it stands. It puts checks on the citizens from taking advantage of the way it works. And frankly, as many of both the public and council people pointed out, the input from the general public is invaluable. I can't count the number of times Mr. Cody has said something that I didn't think of, where nobody else said it either. It's important. It matters. And plenty of other people have done it too. Mr. Cody, you're not alone in that regard, and compliments to you when you do it. And frankly, people like you should not be discouraged from attending meetings. We need people to attend. We need people to make comments, and we need that extra oversight because it's another check on us. And it's another check on everyone else, administration, vendors, everybody. To sacrifice that just so I can make my point again and again is selfish, and I won't do it. And I don't want to let other people do it. And if I'm going to not let other people do it, I want to do it right by rule, not by flying by the seat of my pants, however I want to do it from day to day, from meeting to meeting. I want to be more strict because it's late or less strict because it's early. No, I want a rule and I want it followed. I don't want the whim of the chair or the council president at the time to decide how it works, nor should any of you. Because eventually, whether it be a general public or a council person, there'll be a chair that doesn't like you, or there'll be a council president that doesn't like you, and then you're not gonna get to talk. That doesn't make sense. You shouldn't want that. And right now, our current system kind of leaves it all up in the air. I move favorable action.
Second. I have a favorable motion and I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay. That passes. Was that, did you vote on that, Councilman Foley?
Yes, I did. Can you hear me
What
now?
was it? Yeah, I can hear you now.
I said aye.
Thank you. That passes. The next item is PCR 7920. Resolution for engineering to create Buckeye Brook project. Councilman Howe.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, please hold that until May, the first meeting of May. Please,
Till when, May what?
the first meeting of May, please.
May 3rd.
May 3rd. Thank you.
So
Okay.
moved.
Thank you, Bill. The next one is PCR 12720.
It'll be the,
A resolution.
Okay, can we have a vote on that, Mr.
can we
Chairman?
get a vote on that, please?
We need a motion and a second, actually, first.
Motion to hold till May 3rd.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, the next one is PCR 12720. A resolution to discuss recommendations of the Chapter 4 Commission, PCR 36-19, relative to Chapter 4 of the Warwick Code of Ordinances entitled Animals and Fowl. Councilman Ricks?
Thank you, Chairman. First, I would just say that I did see the hand of member of the public, Michael Zarum, go up before
Buckeye Brook.
when the Bucky Brook item was held. So I wanted to bring that to your attention and consideration.
Okay. Can we go back to the public on that one, Bill?
If the committee wants to reopen that item, that's available for their discretion. We haven't, we just begun the next item, but that, if the committee wants to go back and have Mr. Zarum, that's at its discretion.
Mr. Chairman?
Do we have to vote? Yes.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. And I heard the solicitor, but I requested we hold that as the sponsor of the bill. I asked that it be held. So therefore, I'd like to reserve discussion until the meeting it comes up. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Okay, we'll leave it at that. Okay, we're back on your resolution, Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I would ask Councilman Snappy, given the progress of the Chapter 4 Commission, do you believe that it would be better to have this discussion, and this is the discussion on the resolution as opposed to the actual ordinance that would follow? May it be better to have the resolution on the discussion held on April 19th or on May 3rd?
I actually had written to ask for it to be held till May 3rd.
I would concur, May 3rd.
Likewise, I move the hold till May 3rd, please.
Seconded.
We have a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. The next is PCR 15-21, resolution to the Rhode Island State Governor's Office in regards to the March 2020 CARES Act funding for the city of Warwick, not drafted. Councilman Foley.
I'm withdrawing that since the new Rescue America stimulus bill has come out and the new governor has been more forthcoming with how much is coming to the city of Warwick. I don't see a need for this anymore.
All right, thank you, Bill. What do we have to do to just withdraw it?
If a committee member would make a motion to withdraw on behalf of the sponsor.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that was withdrawn. Okay. Next is PCR 38-21, a resolution in observance of Women's History Month. Councilman Ricks.
Thank you. I would request favorable action, and it appears that a member of the public, Michael Zarum, has his hand raised.
Okay. Any questions from the committee? Any questions from the council? Any questions from the public?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Zarum, if you could please unmute.
Good evening. Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Okay. This is on PCR 7920, correct? I'm a little confused here what happened. Councilman Ricks asked if I could comment on 7920. The meeting was noticed for this evening. I've been sitting here for more than 5 hours, and my comments pertain to anything that may happen between now and the date that it's going to be continued to. And I think my comments are important. I've been sitting here for 5 hours waiting to comment with my comments in front of me, and I will try and be brief. If we could go back to that item, and I believe that decision should be up to the chair, not to Mr. Howe.
Yes, but we decided to hold this, so we're going to hold off on any comments from the public.
Through the chair, Mr. Zarum, if it's any consolation, I received your email, and I'll make sure we discuss it accordingly when it comes time.
So did I, sir.
I think it's very, very key to getting things done. I also think it's very important that city council members are fully informed about what's going on there. This could easily turn into a full $2 million project. And I was here tonight, hopefully to help members of the city council or on this committee to better understand some of the facts here. And I do wish I could comment and keep them brief. Just leave it at that. I mean, we just had a whole session on trying to get comments out of the way so they don't go over into the next meeting and take time from the next meeting. So.
Okay.
I believe it's up to Mr. McElroy's chair.
All right. Mr. Zarum, why don't you keep it brief?
Sure. Again, for the record, my name is Michael Zarum, Z-A-R-U-M. My comments this evening are as president of the Bucky Brook Coalition. They're not my personal comments. Some of you know and familiar with the Bucky Brook Coalition. For those who don't, the Bucky Brook Coalition has been in existence for 18 years. We are a creature of statute affiliated with the Rhode Island Rivers Council. Part of our main mission by state law is to speak out for the Bucky Brook watershed as a natural resource that can't speak for itself. My comments tonight were basically that PCR 7920, I agree that it should be held. My first comment was going to ask that it be held, so thank you, Mr. Howe, for holding it. But I want to let you know the reasons that I thought it should be held. Most of the whereas statements are factually incorrect. And I just don't think it's a good idea for the city council to make decisions with factually incorrect information. I can follow up with Mr. Howe if he can call me on 401-742-5769. I know that as a constituent, I'm not in his ward, but the Bucky Brook watershed is not only in his ward, it's in Ward 2, Ward 3, Ward 4, and Ward 5, which means that as far as representation on the council go, that's Mr. Ricks, Mr. Howe, Mr. McElroy, and Mr. Lattiser. This watershed impacts constituents in all of those. Now, other than that, without getting into detail, what's factual and what's not in the resolution, I can follow that up with Mr. Howe as the sponsor. I think we all want to get this project done. But I'm just going to address one item that's in the resolution. It says appoint a lead member. And I firmly believe with my project management experience in aerospace defense, there needs to be one person, one captain of the ship in all this. And with that, the city itself has outsourced this to an engineering firm because the city does not have sufficient knowledge base, sufficient expertise, or the funding to do this, which is why I think Mr. Lattiser is familiar with that there were previous funding approvals to retain an engineering firm. They're the ones that have the schedule, that everything is asked for in this. It's just not the best way to go forward. Hopefully between now and the rescheduled date, I can get together with Mr. Howe and discuss ways to move this project forward. The plan that we did through the Bucky Brook Coalition was the planning department initially was very, very much in favor of it. And with that, I'll just add that my work experience includes working for the Army Corps of Engineers, who has legal jurisdiction. And I don't know what else to say. Those who know me know that I know how to get things done, which is, I think, what we all want to do. So, but anyway, thank you for holding it. And hopefully Mr. Howell will call me to discuss what's needed to finally get this project done. And I'm also open to discussing it with other people who have constituents impacted in their ward as well. Thank you for allowing me to comment.
All right, thank you, Mr. Zarum. Okay, Councilman Ricks, why don't we go back to PCR 3821, a resolution in observance of Women's History Month?
Thank you. March is Women's History Month. I would request favorable action.
Any other questions from the committee? Questions from the council? Questions from the public?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Caller 8281, please unmute.
Hi, folks. Barbara Walsh again. I'm not commenting on the women's whatever. I'm commenting on the Bucky Brook thing. I'm wondering if you would take a quick comment.
Barbara, I really don't want to get in the habit of doing that. We're holding this, and we usually don't even have comments if we're just going to hold it.
Could I just make one quick comment, and I won't keep you?
Well, Barbara, since you are the person that I like to hear talk the most, I have to let you talk. Go ahead.
One of the comments that Mr. Zarum started with is one which concerned me, and that is, he said that there could be things happening between now and when this bill is held, not billed, but the request for the architectural engineering, whatever you're looking for. And that if this bill has any action taken on it before the final resolution of the language, et cetera, that he's asking you to consider, that some action could take place that would affect either the brook or the creatures around the brook or the engineering of the watershed. So I picked up on that when he said it, and that would be of tremendous concern to me. So I'm just going to ask that nothing happen until this issue gets resolved, whatever that might be. Because if you take action on something like this, it's too late to undo it. When you're dealing with natural resources, you can't undo the damage that's done to a brook, river, or any water body. And so I would just ask that nothing happen until the language gets clarified, the engineering spec or whatever it is gets clarified.
All right, thank you very much, Barbara.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, just on this item that we're speaking on, the women's, I just want to say very quickly that I'm 110% behind this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Howe, for speaking on the issue before us. Do I hear a motion?
Move favorable action.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
It is now 10:35, and that ends the intergovernmental committee.
Next up this evening is the Appointments Committee. This is Chairman Gephardt, Councilman Ricks, Councilman Sinapi.
Chairman Gebhardt, if I may very briefly, I would suggest that if it is possible, I know that Scott Goodinson is, I believe, the only member to be appointed, rather on the appointments agenda, who is present at this time, if we could hear him first.
Thank you, Councilman. All right, I have Councilman Ricks, I have Councilman Sinapi. It is 10:36 and appointments will come to order. The first item before us is the acceptance of the minutes from March 8th. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, the minutes are adopted. This will be brief. I know I've said that previously, but I really mean it this time. Anyone who was here for last week's appointments meeting will recall that there was some question raised by Chairman Cascella as well as other members in regard to some rather obscure parts of the charter and other ordinances which specify minority appointments, being the party as opposite the mayor. We know that we have a mayor who is unaffiliated, so that throws a bit of a wrench into how the language was written. We had held till today in the hopes that the lawyers and the administration and as well as the council could kind of work out the details. Despite best efforts, I mean, I spoke with both of our solicitors several times over the weekend, as well as almost daily since then. We're still not quite there, unfortunately. So it's the pleasure of the administration and I think of the body here, and I'll ask for a motion to this effect as we go through each of these.
I have to speak. I'm sorry about that. I didn't realize I was unmuted at that particular moment. One sec while I toss this car key. Okay, and now to get to the point. From speaking with Scott Goodinson, I was previously aware that he is a registered Republican. He has also informed me that Chairman Casella, he spoke with Chairman Casella, and that Chairman Casella had informed him that he had provided the appropriate letter of approval for him to be the minority appointment, minority party appointment of the Republican Party, that is. So I see that the Chief of Staff is present in this Zoom meeting. If it would be possible for her or another member of the administration to follow up at this time to see if we may move forward on that appointment.
If we want to give the chief of staff a moment, I have to do a motion on one of our prior appointments.
I see that the chief has her hand raised now.
Chief, go ahead. We're not hearing you yet.
While we wait, Mr. Chairman, I would note that we do have minutes for approval if someone wants to move those quickly.
Oh, I think we did that expeditiously at the top.
So here I am, guys.
Oh.
You're keeping me up way past my bedtime.
Was not our intent.
And so I do understand that the chair, Councilman Gephardt, has been in communication with the administration. And it was my understanding that many of these appointments were going to be held. But with respect to Mr. Goodinson, obviously the mayor does support his appointment.
Okay. Thank you, Chief. Solicitors Walsh or Conley, I don't know where we left things off with the city solicitor in terms of having, I don't want to do any harm by moving anything forward, but if we're clear to go, I have no issue with that either.
So, Mr. Chairman, we did have a series of conversations, as Council Gephardt mentioned, about this issue with him and with fellow Solicitor Walsh in support of the Appointments Committee. I did have a brief conversation with City Solicitor Ursullo as well. And at the, we agreed that we would have a follow-up conversation later this week so that the administration and the council could essentially get on the same page in terms of what would be the legally appropriate procedure to use under these circumstances. I was not aware, so I did not bring it to his attention that there was one of the appointments that may have been in a different status than the others. So I'm really not in a position to give guidance to the council at this moment as to that specific appointment. I would suggest, as out of an abundance of caution, this is not any reflection on Mr. Goodinson or the Chief of Staff's indicating that this is a matter that could move forward. Out of an abundance of caution, because we've had so many people having cross conversations about it, rather than sort of stumble over our own feet tonight. If the council could wait one more week so that we can make sure that we're doing it all properly, I would appreciate that, because I want to feel that I've given the council the best advice possible. And I want to feel that I've had an open and full conversation with Solicitor Ursullo as well before we move forward.
And I do understand. Thank you, Solicitor Conley. And I do understand Councilor Ricks's perspective, and I also very much appreciate Mr. Goodinson hanging with us through the meeting. It's definitely been a long one, but I think that out of an abundance of caution, in the interest of not doing anything that would get us in trouble later, either having to reconsider an appointment or anything else like that, and given that we don't even have a council meeting tonight, whereby to fully, as a council, approve an appointment, there really, I mean, other than Mr. Goodinson's time, which we are, I'm very appreciative of tonight, I think we would be best served to hold, to get all of our ducks in a row, so to speak, and to move through these appointments in our first meeting in April, which would be on April 5th.
Pending the chairman's discretion as to additional public comments, but I would also add that it appears that the chief has her hand raised. After those remarks as appropriate, I would agree with and I would at that time move to hold.
Chief of Staff first, please.
Thank you, Councilman Ricks and Attorney Conley. And I agree that there have been a lot of conversations among different people on the council and the administration. And it is the administration's position and understanding that this was going to be held. So I would encourage the council to vote accordingly.
Okay. Thank you. We do have one member of the public with their hand up. Mr. Zarum, do you have comment on this particular item?
Mr. Zarum, please unmute.
Hi, it's Michael Zarum. Councilman Gephardt, could you just clarify which appointment the agenda is on right now? Because it seemed to jump.
We actually were just getting into it. I was giving a small preface that our intent for this evening, unfortunately, just due to the need to dot I's and cross T's, that we are going to hold all of the appointments before us tonight, which I believe is 5. And we will hear them all on April 5th. And we will also have a council meeting. So pending the decision of both this committee and the council, we will move forward accordingly at that point.
Okay. 2 brief comments. I would support Mr. Casella's appointment. I've known him for quite some time. I think he is more than qualified, and I will hold all other comments until the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Without further ado, let's step through these in the order that they are on the agenda, which I am just pulling up here. So the first item would be Mr. Gary Jarvis under the Sewer Authority, looking for a motion to hold.
Move to hold to April 5th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Second would be John Justo, also for the Sewer Authority.
Move to hold to April 5th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Third up would be Mr. Peter Janite, also for the Sewer Authority.
Move to hold to April 5th.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
The ever patient Mr. Scott Goodinson. Do I also for the Sewer Board, do I have a motion to hold?
So moved.
Second, as to the highly qualified Mr. Goodinson.
I have a motion. I have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
And last up, this one's on the Zoning Board. This is a Mr. George Schuster. Do I have a motion to hold till April 5th?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Before the committee closes, I gotta make a motion as well, Chair.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
So I have to move to reconsider the appointment of Mr. Mark Brown, not for any nefarious reasons. I abstained when I should have recused. That's on me. So I have to move to reconsider simply as a formality to fix what I did.
Okay. Was that a motion?
Yes, please.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So just in terms of process, that will appear back in committee next time or back just on the main agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That should appear on both agendas for the committee having voted to reconsider it, but in order for the council to do it at the next meeting, after the committee acts, it would also need to be posted to comply with open meetings. So put it on both agendas, please, Lynn.
Yeah, and then I would just say that in terms of notification, we'll probably just want to give Mr. Brown a heads up that there is no need for him to appear before the council again. We've already heard, we've already approved, and this is just to get the record straight on Councilman Sinapi's recusal. And with that, it's 10:49. Appointments is close.
Last but not least this evening, we have the Public Properties Land Use Committee and Community Affairs. This is Chairman Ricks, Councilman Foley, and Councilman Gephardt.
Thank you. I believe everyone is ready to get started. So meeting comes to order at 10:50 p.m. First up, acceptance of the minutes, February 22nd, 2021. Do we have a motion?
Motion to accept.
Second.
Do we have? Very good. All in favor? Aye. Next up, minutes for March 8th, 2021. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
First item on the agenda, this is for second passage. It's an item through Councilman Howe, PCO 1-21, an ordinance amending the City of Warwick Comprehensive Plan 2013-2033, Chapter 12, entitled Future Land Use. Map 12-1, entitled Future Land Use Map, in parentheses FLUM, end parentheses. Great Point Group LLC applicant. Councilman Howe, what's your pleasure?
There's like 2 different projects in my ward that start with Great Point. So I just want to make sure, is this second passage you said, correct?
Yep, both items,
Okay, yes.
Second passage.
Thank you so much. Request favorable action. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Let's see. So do we have a motion for favorable action?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions from the public?
Oh, excuse me. Thank you. Any questions from members of the committee, members of the council, members of the public? Hearing
Mr.
none.
Chairman.
Oh, thank you. Oh, actually, I am now seeing one hand up from, I believe, I should know these last 4 digits by now. I believe it's Barbara.
Ms. Walsh.
Yes, it is. And I hope this will be the last time I bother you tonight. This issue, as you know from my testimony at the last council meeting, is something I feel very strongly about in terms of land use. And I know you're going to pass this. I know you're all pro more housing. But I am disappointed that we don't take into consideration other costs by moving ahead with such development. And I hope in the future you'll all give more thought to land use issues and protecting more land, preserving more land, because there are other issues here than just economics. And I've said it before. I don't need to say it over and over again. I just wanted to repeat that concern that I have for our future. Thanks.
Thank you. And is certainly, please never feel that by commenting that it's any sort of bother. Thank you for staying on and for participating. I believe that, since we did have the public comment, for the sake of ensuring we're doing everything by the book, if we could have a motion.
Motion for favorable action.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
And let's see, flipping back to the agenda on this screen. Second item, this is also Councilman Howe. It's second passage as amended. PCO 2-21 sub A, an ordinance amending the zoning ordinances of the city of Warwick, Great Point Group LLC applicant.
Request favorable
Councilman Howe.
action.
Thank
As
you. Do we have a motion for favorable action as amended?
Motion for favorable action.
Second.
We have the motion for favorable action as amended. Do we have any comments from members of the committee or the council? Any further comments or questions from members of the public?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Third item on the agenda. Let's see. This is not drafted. It's from Councilman Snappy. PCO 30-19, ordinance involving state law regarding unutilized commercial property. Councilman Snappy.
Hold till May 3rd, please.
Request hold till May 3rd. Do we have a motion?
Motion to hold till May 3rd.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Held till May 3rd. Item 4, PCO 10-20. This is also Councilman Zanapi, an ordinance relative to amendment of the Warwick zoning ordinance, regulations for the installation of solar energy system.
April 19th on this one, please.
Do we have a motion?
Motion to hold to April 19th.
Second.
All in favor? Aye.
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 Let's see, this last one is mine. There was a bit of a mix-up in terms of making sure that the draft was properly included with the agenda. I'm going to request that this fifth and final item be held to this next upcoming meeting of April 5th, and it should be included at that time. So without further ado, PCR 37-21, resolution in regards to authorizing a lease renewal by and between the City of Warwick and the Federal Aviation Administration, also known as the FAA, for an approximate 400 square foot lease of land owned by the City of Warwick located at 771 Post Road for the purposes of maintaining the existing low-level wind shear alert system, LLWAS. May I request a motion to hold to April 5th?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thus concludes the City Council Committee on Public Properties, Land Use, and Community Affairs at 10:57 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you very much. As we noted way back at 7 o'clock this evening, we will not be able to call the council meeting this evening, but I think we had a lot of good work done on the committees tonight. We will be in touch to figure out when we will have the council meeting, but we'll let everybody have the rest of the night off. So we will talk to everyone soon. Thank you very much and great work tonight, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
Good night, everyone.
Thank you.
Night.